How do you change?
What are you gonna pick?
Okay. That's what was getting me all confused. It's like, why can't I get this to change?
Hello, Tom.
All right, it's 6:30, and I'm Tom McKay, the Chair of the Joint Land Use Board. Call the meeting to order. First thing we'll have is a flag salute. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Can we announce the sunshine law?
Notice of this meeting was published in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act.
All right. We have a short agenda tonight. I don't think this will be a problem, but we have a no new business after 10:30 rule, which means we won't start anything after 10:30, but we will finish up matters started before 10:30. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Torti.
Here.
Mr. Novarita.
Here.
Mrs. Ludden.
Here.
Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Mr. Trikoshi, absent. Mr. R. Murphy.
Here.
Mr. C. Murphy, absent. Ms. Cosco.
Here.
Mr. Holden, absent. Mr. McKay.
Here.
And Mr. McKay.
Here. We have a quorum,
Yes,
barely, but we do.
we have 8.
All right, the first matter on for business is case 25-09 CVS Health, the preliminary and final site plan application. Mr. Pointer?
Good evening, Chairman, Mayor, members of the board, board professionals. Luke Pontier, the law firm Day Pitney, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the applicant CVS Health.
Okay. You're all the way down from North Jersey, Mr. Pointer.
I am.
It's a nice drive.
The great township of Hainesport.
Trust it was a lovely drive.
It was. Hey, it's a great night out tonight. And I appreciate the 6:30 start time. Avoided rush hour a bit. No complaints.
All right.
So as I said, Luke Pontier of the law firm Day Pitney here this evening for CVS Health. We are talking about the property that's located at 8 Berry Drive, and that's Block 96, Lot 2 on the township's tax map. We are in the I industrial zone. This property is currently occupied by a warehouse building with accessory parking, loading, landscaping, and related site improvements. The property has been the subject of various land use approvals over the years. Most recently, in 2024, the applicant did obtain preliminary and final site plan approval to install 4 HVAC units over concrete pads in place of existing impervious surfaces and a lighting fixture set back approximately 5.5 feet from Berry Drive to provide lighting for the crosswalk that is there in front of the building to connect the Hainesport building to the Lumberton building. As part of that approval, this board did memorialize pre-existing relief for impervious coverage and parking spaces. We are back this evening, again seeking preliminary and final site plan approval to do 3 things. First, we're looking to construct an approximately 2,375 square foot addition to serve as an additional break room for employees. We're also looking to add and utilize 3 previously approved loading doors. They had been approved as knockout doors. We're now looking for the approval to utilize those, to knock them out and have them be usable and working loading docks. And lastly, we're looking to install an approximately 637 square foot generator above a concrete pad that'll go on the southwestern portion of the property. As you'll hear more about in tonight's testimony, the building expansion will be fully sprinklered and conditioned. The new dock doors will include dock bumpers, bumper seals, and a smart shock communication system, also that these improvements can continue to enhance the employee experience at the warehouse and modernize its operations. We did receive some letters of review from your board professionals, one from your planner that was dated September 24th of this year, and one from your engineer that was dated September 22nd of this year. With me, I do have 3 witnesses this evening to provide testimony. The first is Michaela Shover, and she's a representative of the applicant CVS. We have Joseph Odenheimer, who's our civil engineer from Colliers, and we have Barbara Malowitz, who's our architect from Knorr. We do also have Robert Byra. He's also a civil engineer from Bowler. His office submitted the plans specifically for the generator details, so if there are questions about the generator that Mr. Odenheimer is not able to answer, he is here as well for additional questions.
All right, Mr. Pointer, do you have any charts that you want to use?
We do have a few exhibits.
Okay.
Should we mark those now?
You can mark them as we go along.
Great.
Mark them A, B, C.
Okay.
Why don't you have all of your witnesses, all 4, even though the other engineer might not testify, and have them stand up, and we'll just administer the oath to all of them right at once now.
Sure, that sounds great.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you.
So, Mr. Pointer, the only thing I'd ask you to do is with your questioning of the witnesses or in your comments to the board, please try to cover the Alimo letter comments and the Taylor Design Group comments. You referred to them earlier.
Absolutely, we will do that. We'll largely cover it as part of their question and answer in the testimony, and then happy to kind of go through any additional comments in that letter.
Very good. Thank you.
And notice was also published in the Burlington County Times and sent to property owners within 200 feet as required, with the affidavit of service and mailing provided to your board secretary prior to this evening. Unless the board has any other preliminary items to address, we'll call our first witness.
No, please do.
Great. Kayla? Our first witness will be a fact witness only.
Come up to the microphone and you can speak into that.
Can you please provide the board with your name and the name and address of your employer, please?
Yeah, my name is Michaela Shover, and the address is 8 Berry Drive in Hainesport, New Jersey.
And your employer is CVS Health?
Yes.
Can you please describe how long you've been with CVS Health and your role with them?
Yes, so I've been with CVS since April of this year, and I am a project manager for them. So I'm a project manager for the 8 Berry Drive facility and the project that we're doing there.
Very good. And you did hear me talk about the three things during my introduction, but can you please describe the three aspects of the application we're going over tonight?
Yep, so the first one is that we are expanding the break room for the employees there. The second one is to provide or have 3 new loading doors in the knockouts that are currently there for the operation. And the third one is to install a generator.
Great.
Does the expansion of the break room require an expansion of the existing building, or is it just a reuse of interior space?
It's expansion of the existing
It's an addition, so to speak?
addition, yep.
Yeah, okay.
And can you just describe kind of the reasoning behind each of these three improvements and how they're going to benefit the site?
Yes, so the first one with the new break room, part of the project is that we are expanding the automation within the building. So by doing this, we are bringing more jobs to the community. So we're going to be expanding the employee count at the facility. And because of this, we want to improve all of our employee facilities within the building. So we want to expand the break room so that there's enough space for all employees. The second one, last year there was a HVAC project put in, and that blocked 3 of our doors. So we want to add the additional 3 doors to be able to provide more spaces for the trucks to pull up so that we can handle the increase in capacity that we'll have next year with throughput. And then the generator, that is to ensure that we can continue our operation in the event that there's a circumstance beyond our control where we lose power or anything like that, to have the backup there.
It's a standby generator.
Standby generator, yep.
Question for you, just as a matter of public interest, not necessarily relevant to your application. How many employees do you have at this facility now, and what will they rise to when these changes are made, if approved?
Yes, so currently we have the 2 shifts. We actually just added a third, but it's very small. So the 2 shifts, right now we're looking at about 60 employees per shift at max on one of those shifts, and in total it's 120 employees. And in the future, we're going to 3 shifts. And those will, on average, have about 80 employees per shift, and at max 100 to total 240. So we're going from about 120 to 240 in the future.
Thank you.
And just kind of along those same lines, I know that you're going from 2 shifts to 3 shifts. If you could just explain what those 3 shifts look like as well.
Yes. So the first shift will be from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. The second shift is going to be from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. And then the third is 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
So you're going from a 3/4 a day to a full day operation?
Yes.
And is there any change in the anticipated size of trucks that will be coming onto the site?
No. So we're going to continue to have the standard 53-footer with the occasional 42-foot trailer coming onto the site. So that is standard in what we have going there today.
I have no questions for you on direct. If the board or professionals have any questions for this witness?
Do you have enough parking for the additional people that you're thinking of hiring around the building?
Yes, and I believe we have those numbers later on.
Yes,
Okay.
we did submit a parking analysis with the application, and our engineer will touch on that as well. But from an operations perspective,
Yeah.
Is it your opinion that there is sufficient parking?
Yes. Yeah.
With the added overnight shift, will there be trucks coming in overnight, where
Yeah.
currently there aren't?
So right now, we're expecting a 40-40-20 split over those shifts. So 40% on first, 40% on second, and 20% of the volume on third. So it'll be a lighter volume at evening.
Following up on that question, do your delivery trucks and other trucks that may take product out of the warehouse, do you know if they follow a required route into and out of the facility?
Yeah, so I do have the standard route of what most do. So 80% of the trucks currently travel down Berry Drive to the Mount Holly bypass and then onto the Burlington Mount Holly Road and then continue to the Turnpike from there or I-295. But 20% of the volume actually just goes across the street to One Berry Drive. So
Oh, okay, it's just a shuttle back.
it's a shuttle, yeah, shuttle across the street. So that's 20% of the trucks that will be loading. 80% will be following the first route.
Okay, so according to instructions to drivers, no one is supposed to go out Berry Drive into Lumberton or out the other way to Route 38?
No,
Okay,
not based on what I was provided.
right. If your,
Yeah.
if your drivers are following instructions,
Yeah.
they shouldn't be doing that.
No.
Okay. Any other questions from members of the
I
board?
have one. So hi, how are you? I'm Kathy. I'm the Construction Tech and Zoning Officer. I know that CVS has been doing an enormous amount of work with your AutoCAD type store and everything
Oh, yeah.
else. It's pretty remarkable.
Yep.
Is that the reason for the increase of why you need those dock doors, is because there's more product now being sorted out and brought in because of this auto store?
Yeah, we do have, there'll be more product coming in and out, but really the need for these doors is because we put in a new HVAC system that blocked 3 of our existing.
Correct.
By extending, adding that third shift, it holds some of that additional volume as well. So we'll be able to use our existing doors that we have to handle the throughput.
Okay,
So really, the driver of it is really that HVAC system.
okay, all right, thank you.
Members, other questions? Professionals, any questions of this witness?
No, sir. Nope.
Well prepared, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This time I'll call our civil engineer, Mr. Odenheimer. Can you please provide the board with the name and your name and the name and address of your employer, please?
Sure. Joseph Odenheimer with Colliers Engineering and Design, 2000 Mid-Atlantic Drive, Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Qualified.
Yep. Can you describe your education, experience, qualifications, please?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree, civil engineering technology. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey and have been for 21 years. My license is in good standing.
You've not appeared before this board, I think, as an expert, if I recall.
I have not, correct.
Okay, but I assume you've appeared before other boards in the state.
Yes, I have.
All right, council will accept him as a witness in his field of expertise.
Thank you very much. Mr. Odenheimer, you've been engaged by the applicant as one of the project engineers for this site,
Correct, yes.
and your office prepared the site plans that were submitted to the board.
Correct.
And did you prepare any exhibits in connection with tonight's application?
Yeah, I did. We have one exhibit, marked it A, I believe you said.
Yes. This will be Exhibit A.
Yeah, Exhibit A with today's date, 10/1.
Has the date. This is just an aerial image taken from Google. I believe it's from Google, and this has some highlights just for clarification. The only other exhibit I have is actually the site plan that was submitted as part of the set, with no other rendering or anything.
That accurately depicts the building as it is today.
Correct.
And just to confirm, do you need the site plan exactly as it was submitted to be marked as an exhibit if you'll be referring to that as well?
No, that's submitted. Anything new will mark as exhibits today.
Very good.
What you've already filed with the clerk, we have.
So can you please take the board through the existing conditions and surrounding properties, please?
Sure. So outlined in red is the approximate boundary of the 8 Berry Drive, the CVS warehouse property. As you know, the township line is kind of the front right-of-way line that we have. So across the street, the street is in Lumberton. Across the street, we had referenced 1 Berry Drive, which is another CVS facility. That's shown here at the bottom of the page, and their parking and associated improvements with that. This is in the industrial zone, industrial properties to the, I'll say kind of the north, the west, and the south on the plan. To the east, we have the ShopRite, the commercial shopping center. So we're surrounded by the industrial and commercial uses.
And there's 91 parking spaces existing today?
Yes, there's currently 91 vehicle parking spaces on the site.
Very good. And so then, can you please take the board through the improvements that we're proposing this evening?
Sure, so as we said, there's three kind of projects associated with this development. As it's shown in green on the exhibit is the proposed break room addition. Right now, there is an outdoor patio that's fenced in, that's kind of a sitting area that employees could use, but we're removing that, constructing this 2,375 square foot approximate addition to the building. It's within the setback lines of the building, of the property, so there's no variances required for any setbacks, and it's going to be a fully enclosed space. The second one that we discussed is in yellow on the right. These are the loading dock knockouts that would occur. This is really just a building improvement. All the site components associated with the loading space and loading areas, and dolly pads and all that stuff is already constructed, it's already there. This is really an architectural building improvement to do the knockout of the doors, add whatever bumpers and other equipment that would be associated with it, but from a site plan standpoint, there's really no change and no impact to the site from that improvement. And then the third piece is shown in blue on the plan is the proposed generator. So this is the backup generator that was referenced, you know, getting it in proximity to the building, you know, in an area on the site that's not already developed, that's not going to impact the current operations. So that's sits to what would be planned west of the building. The generator, it's about just under 640 square feet on the concrete pad, approximately 13 by 49 are the dimensions. It's within the building setback lines. It's behind the front line of the building. So it's proposed to have landscape screening in front of it with, let me just make sure I give it the juniper trees that'll be planted. They go in, they're 6 to 8 feet tall when they go in, up to 15 or 20 feet in height of maturity. The generator is about 16 feet tall. But it will have the screening from the landscape from the right of way. There's no real impacts to the site. It's not in parking spaces or anything like that. It is in a grass area up along the front of the building.
Couple questions on the generator before you move on. The dimensions you give me, you've given to us, sounds in my head as if this is about the size of a truck trailer.
Approximately, sure, yeah.
Okay. Does the site presently have any other standby generators that are installed?
No, I don't believe it does.
So this is the first one?
Correct.
And this is what, to supply emergency power to the whole facility?
Correct.
Or on that side of the road, anyway?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any need for mufflers or noise suppression on this unit?
No, it's fully enclosed, and we would, I know there was a comment about the noise and complying with the noise ordinance. I believe that it's measured to be at 75 decibels at 21 feet away, so I think that would comply with the noise ordinance. If it were activated, you know, it's not running, right, so it's generally not active, but I think it would comply with the noise ordinance requirements.
Okay. What does it run on?
Diesels,
Is there a diesel tank that has to be installed?
there is.
Where is that going to be?
It's within the enclosed generator.
Okay, so it's all a package.
Correct.
Question?
You'll need a DEP air permit prior to installation for the generator?
You said, do we?
No, you do.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure, I don't know that, but I'm imagining that they'll get all the permitting that's required.
Okay, and that's prior to installation.
Okay,
And you may not be able to burn diesel, I don't know.
okay.
Is there any reason why, because I know the building has gas, is there any reason why that it is not a gas generator?
I don't,
It's just something to possibly look into it, because the building already has gas to it. It might be a little bit safer, so to say, than diesel. But again, the question comes up is that if it is, then that's a prior approval in my office that would have to be supplied to me before obviously we can release any permits,
Okay.
so.
Mr. Pointy, is your prior witness perhaps able to address this gas versus diesel fuel issue and the why of it?
Well, he's asking.
Well, I was thinking, I didn't know, you can add a turn, and it's no problem, or the project manager, who,
I mean, the applicant will certainly agree to, discuss and consider gas versus diesel. To my knowledge, they chose diesel. I don't know that there was a substantive discussion about the pros and cons of each. That was just the generator style that they had chosen to go forward with.
okay. Do our experts have any questions on this diesel versus gas issue, or the placement of the generator, or anything surrounding the generator?
Nothing in particular, aside from any application where they have these, if gas is available, they typically connect into gas because you don't have to refill it. If we have a multiple day event, the gas supply remains consistent, so that would be
Right.
something to look into.
How do we best deal with that as a condition of approval, if the board were to grant approval?
I would think that in my construction office, we can take a look at that when we take a look at the architectural plans that come in, as well as speaking with my subcodes. And the architect really needs to address that in the sense, is that a manufacturer requirement for a diesel? Do they a gas one? A lot of these, pieces of equipment are designed for certain things. They may want diesel because of the size of the building that they're having. What happens with the gas is that they have to obviously take a look at that, and the meter has to change because now you're adding more gas to that meter, or they do a separate meter to it. If the board likes and the applicant agrees, we can make that a condition in the resolution that in our office, we would make sure that that was resolved before releasing the permit.
What do the professionals think of that proposal?
Yeah, and I think Mr. Pontier suggested some language. They will investigate that and coordinate the findings, and if there's a reason why the diesel makes more sense.
Yeah, if I may suggest that
Would your
the
client
applicant.
agree to that kind of condition?
Yeah, that the applicant, works with the board professionals and zoning official construction office to make sure that, that the diesel versus gas decision is made that's best for both CVS and, as the town is desiring,
And the environment.
and the environment.
Don't forget the environment.
Yeah, we would make sure that the fire official as well as this, knows about this if it's not going to be gas. So, but I think it's something that we can work with internally for the applicant if the board and the applicant would agree to that.
We can agree to that.
All right. I may have sidetracked you a little bit on this generator issue, but please continue.
No problem. And just while we're on the generator, I know there were some additional comments in the review memo on the generator. So comment number 7 in the planning report asked about testing and maintenance. So the applicant will agree to do testing and maintenance only during, regular business hours, correct?
Yes.
And then on comments number 8 and 9, there are no changes proposed to signage or lighting on this application, correct?
Correct.
And then comment 10, that goes along with it. Comment 10, there's no new lighting
No new
proposed,
lighting
correct?
proposed.
Comment 13, we can agree to utilize mulch for soil moisture retention instead of the river stone that was initially proposed underneath the Japanese holly.
Correct. We would agree to all those.
Very good. And then in the engineering memorandum, did you have any concerns with the comments that were raised?
No, I think we can agree with everything that's within that letter.
Thank you.
So I don't have any more questions on direct. Do you have anything you'd like to? Yes.
So, just to address the parking, and so, currently between 8 Berry Drive and 1 Berry Drive, there is a kind of a shared parking that they do. They're both CVS facilities. People and employees for 8 Berry Drive do park across the street. There is a crosswalk and a sidewalk that connects one facility to the other. and we had talked about an increase of employees. So in June of this year, we went and did a parking assessment of both facilities. At the time, so let me just get the numbers. We have 715 spaces between the two facilities. And we did parking counts every 15 minutes from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. to see what the max parking scenario would be. So at 2:45 p.m., there were 456. Let me take one step back. There's 715 spaces. At the time of our study, there were 26 of them that were not usable for vehicles. There was some equipment or something that had been put there. So we're working out of 689 spaces were available the day of our study. At 2:45 p.m. on that day, 456 out of the 689 were occupied, so 66% for the entire day of the spaces between the two facilities were utilized. With the change in employees to 8 Berry Drive, we're anticipating 20 new employees per shift on the day shifts, with up to 40 at a peak. So we went from 60 to average of 80, max 100. So utilizing that number of a max of 100 employees for the first and second shifts would require, assuming just adding the numbers to it, we would require 536 parking spaces out of the 689 that were available that day. So 78% of the spaces would be needed to cover all the parking for all the employees at both facilities. So it results in about 153 extra spaces that were not occupied or essentially needed during that max shift on that day. So from a parking standpoint, between the two facilities, the increase in employees and the shifts, we don't see that there would be an issue with the parking or there'd be a parking deficit for them to be able to, to park at both facilities.
While we're on parking, any questions about the parking issue from professionals or the board? All right.
Just one sort of minor, it's kind of a logistical issue. Are there any easements in place to allow or facilitate the cross parking? And I only say that in case this building is no longer operated or the other building no longer operated by CVS. We're kind of relying on shared parking, but we only have this application before us tonight. And I'm trying to find a mechanism that can sort of protect this for the next 30 years so we don't run into a problem.
I'm not sure if they passed one.
Yeah, I mean, to my knowledge, there is not currently an easement in place. CVS is a tenant on the Hainesport side of the road, so they would have to work out any, agreement with their landlord as well. I mean, we could consider, there may be a way to say, if in the future the two buildings are not, operated together or both tenanted by CVS.
If the applicant will return to the board for one or both sites for a modified parking, something that if Kathy hasn't retired 15 years from now.
Well, as a condition of the approval, the applicant could be required to return to the board for further proceedings on this issue if there is a change in tenants at, I suppose, either.
At either facility, or if at any point in the future that inadequate parking exists. If for some reason
Workforce explodes.
the shifts get even busier and crazier and cars are on Berry Drive, the town would have a trigger to have you guys come back in and talk about an overall mechanism. So I think if it's change in tenancy for either building, or if there's a demonstrated parking deficiency, the applicant will return to the board. Because I think the relief that they requested, and I think what's in the reports, is not for the overall site of the 689 and the 7 whatever, but the 91 versus 244.
Yes.
So I think the board should probably evaluate that, recognize some of those other numbers, and then have a condition.
Just one other thing to add to that. As part of a previous approval, the 8 Berry Drive site does have banked spaces. I believe it was 40-something, I don't remember the exact number. They have 40-something bank spaces that have not been built, that are along the planned east side of the building that we had banked for future if it was needed. So just as another cover, there are some that have been approved as bank spaces previously.
Yeah.
So we could add that as a condition, because if there's a change in tenancy or adequate parking is not provided, that the applicant will either A, construct the bank parking to relieve the deficit, and/or B, return to the board for a modified operations, parking, whatever. But that way, if the board's okay, if there's 10 extra cars out there, administratively, the town could just say, time to build your green banked parking, without them returning to the board again for something that's already been approved. That makes sense? It made sense in my head.
Sounded very
It's-
eloquent.
It's akin to the 3 garage doors.
As laid out, the applicant would agree to that condition.
Bob, are you okay with all the points on that condition?
It'll be in the resolution,
Got it.
I'll make sense of what Scott said.
Is the
All right,
break
first, so
room,
I think we've finished the parking issue.
I just wanted to,
Oh, we have another question? Okay, go ahead.
is the break room itself, the addition, is that taking up previous parking spaces?
No, it's grass area out in front of the
So
building.
whatever existed on the site before you guys want to build something else, the parking spots are the parking spots? We're not taking away any parking
We're not
spots.
taking away any space.
No, as part of this application.
I think the testimony was from the project supervisor that there was presently some sort of a concrete pad there over which this break room will now be constructed.
Yeah, it was a patio, an outdoor patio
Yeah.
area that was fenced in. That's that, and it's a little larger than what that patio was. But yeah, it's not taking up any parking, or there's no impact to
Yeah.
parking with any of the proposed improvements here.
Was the patio used as like a smoking area? Like, is there still an area for smoking, or is it being?
You know,
Next to the diesel generator.
May I comment? May I comment? So if you ever go out to Bury Drive at any time of the day during break time, you will notice that the majority of the employees from both across the street and here pretty much just hang out at on the grass. They go across the street, there's a couple benches and things like that where they have their smoke breaks. In all the years that I've been here and being on that, road a lot, is that they really never use the patio too much for smoking break. They kind of congregate at the end of the grass. So I would have to say that I don't anticipate that changing or affecting the break room in general.
I'm not a smoker, but I just figured.
Well, I'll ask the question, do you know if the building has a no smoking a ban? In other words, smoking in the building is not allowed.
We're going to bring the Shover back up to answer that for you.
Yes, so CVS is a non-smoking facility,
Right.
so that is why they're going out to those areas. So there's no smoking on the patio.
Right. And you don't have a designated smoking place?
No, we do not.
All right, thank you.
And one of the things that I'll comment about the parking is that this auto store is just amazing. In all reality, the fact is, if anything, there's going to be less employees than there probably has been through the years, if I'm saying that right, because it's an auto store. It's not as many people that need to run it and be in that warehouse as originally just a formal warehouse. So I think in the future generation, and I will be retired by 15 years, Mr. Taylor, is that I seriously doubt that that the parking is going to have to becoming a major issue. Not to say that it won't, but just on record, knowing how this improvement inside the building has taken away different employees, and I just don't see that the parking is going to become a major issue in the future.
Okay.
I don't know if the tenant agrees or not, but.
Yes, I would just like to add that there is a major investment in the building, and at this point, we're looking at about 60 million invested into the building for this project. So we are very intentional in having a good relationship with the township and staying here for a long time. So, thank you.
Good. All right, I think we've covered parking as much as we can. Anything else for your engineer?
None from me, but if the board or professionals have any questions.
Members, any questions of the engineer? Otherwise, we'll release them. None? Okay.
Thank you.
Next
And at this time,
next
we'll call
witness.
up our project architect. Can you please provide the board with your name and the name and address of your employer, please?
Sure. My name is Barbara Malevich. My employer is Newark. They're located at 1617 JFK Boulevard in Philadelphia.
Thank you. And can you please provide the board with your education, experience, qualifications, and licensures, please?
Sure. I'm a registered architect in the state of New Jersey. I have over 30 years of experience. I am also in industrial sector in the firm that I work for.
And your licenses remain active and
Yes.
up to date?
Yes.
And have you testified before?
Yes,
before?
I have.
We'll accept this witness to testify in the area of her expertise.
Thanks very much, sir. Ms. Malavich, you were engaged by the applicant to provide architectural services for this project?
Yes.
And your office prepared the architectural plans that were submitted?
Yes.
Did you prepare any exhibits for tonight's hearing?
I have these exhibits, but I believe these are the same ones that were
And
handed out.
it's exactly the same as
Yes.
submitted?
Yes.
Great. So this is the cover sheet of the architectural
Yeah.
plans that were submitted to the board.
So we'll mark that as Exhibit B.
So it is exactly what was submitted?
Yeah, but let's mark it anyway, since it's a poster.
Okay. Can you please describe the proposed building expansion, including colors and materials that will be used?
So the building expansion or the addition will be 2,375 square feet. It will adjoin the current one-story portion, so we're basically extending that portion. The intent is that the addition will match the existing building exactly as much as possible with the colors and the finishes that are currently there.
And the materials will be complementary of the existing building?
The materials will match. I mean, the current building, the bottom portion is a split-face CMU. We'll continue that. Then there's a section of windows with aluminum framing. Again, we'll continue that. And then there's a ribbed metal panel. So that would all be continuous. Again, the intent is that it blends seamlessly with what's there.
Great. And the expansion will be fully sprinklered and conditioned?
Yes. Yes.
So I have no questions, additional questions on direct, but happy to have the board or any questions, ask questions.
Our professionals, questions? Members of the board, questions? No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The applicant at this time doesn't have any additional witnesses. You did hear from our applicant representative, the engineer, and the architect about what's being presented and proposed to you this evening, being a building addition, a generator and generator pad, and knocking out 3 additional loading dock doors. And with that, we would respectfully request an approval this evening.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, I'd like to let you know that they've also already got their letter from the county engineer's office that they are exempt from this. So that will be, that prior approval has already been established already and taken care of.
All right, very good. Any discussion by members of the board on this? Otherwise, a motion to approve the application would be in order, subject to the conditions that we have previously discussed.
Does the public need to?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. We will have public comment at this time. And no one in the audience, and there are many, has raised their hand, so I assume there is no public comment desired. What about online?
There's no one online.
There's no one online?
No.
So there's no public online to comment. All right, I'll ask for the motion at this point.
Do we need to state what the conditions are, or?
Well, we can go over it. We talked about, Bob, if you got some notes, you can talk to us about it, but there was the conditions that were primarily involved in parking, but also there was the condition that involved the standby generator, and if you'll recall the gas versus diesel debate that we had on that issue. So those would be.
There are no variances involved. They're seeking approval for the building expansion, new loading dock doors, the sidewalk connection, and the generator pad with the landscaping.
The board may want to, because of the increased building area, perhaps address the parking as a variance and grant that in an abundance of caution, because we are increasing the building area.
So the variance, put the variance into words for us as to what it would be.
I believe the parking requirement is 1 per 750 square feet, so with the additional 2,375 square feet, it would be 4 spaces. So that would be 91 parking spaces where 248 are required.
Thank you for doing that math.
Must have been a math major in college.
If only.
If only.
Can I ask, is the guard shack still going to stay there too? You know,
You mean on the left side of the building?
yeah. If you go in, there's you have to check in.
Is the, call it lobby with the guards.
The guards, yeah, that's it. Is that still staying?
Yeah, that's not, yeah. That's
Okay, I just want to make
The
sure.
footprint of the building there is staying.
Okay,
Where they sit, the desks are gonna be updated.
okay.
All right, I want to get back to this resolution. Bob, do you have the variance proposal that has been suggested by our planner?
Are we talking about number of parking spaces?
Yeah, so I think it would be a variance to permit 91 parking spaces where 248 are required, with the condition that if there is a change in tenancy between number 1 or number 8 Berry Drive, or if at any point in the future the township determines that inadequate parking exists, the applicant will be required to return to the board or to construct the green bank parking, which was previously approved.
Okay.
Council, are you, is that variance proposal? It's really no different than we talked about before.
Correct, we agree. Yeah.
Thank you. So now we have the resolution to approve the application, subject to the condition regarding the diesel versus gas generator, with what is now framed as a variance for the parking issues.
Correct. And the condition that if the parking is deemed inadequate, or if ownership changes or tenancy changes, they will have to either return to the board or provide a parking solution.
Right.
Should that say, though, the ownership, because this building just recently was bought by a new owner, I don't think that that really affects the site plan. I would agree that the tenant,
I was going to make the same comment.
okay. I don't think ownership should, because CVS is only the tenant. So I prefer not to have ownership in there. So it would be tenant space, or tenant, change of tenant, or on both 1 and 8, but not ownership.
on the theory that ownership could flip quite often, actually, with no change.
Right,
of
and- yeah,
tenants.
and as Ms. Nicole said, it did since we were here last, so.
Right, it
Right.
has changed hands, correct.
Right. Okay. With that subtle clarification, okay with?
I will word it so it'll all come together.
We know you will.
It's
You will.
something I have to work on.
So members of the board, do I have a motion to approve the application subject to the conditions discussed and recently summarized, and granting as well the variance for the parking issue that we've just gone over again?
This is for a preliminary and a final.
Yes.
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
May I have a roll call?
Mrs. Tordi?
Yes.
Mrs. Ludden?
Yes.
Mr. Navarita?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Costco?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
And Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Thanks very much, board. Have a
Point
nice
here,
night.
thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Have a safe trip back to North Jersey. Thanks very much. Could you come up for a second? I just want something having nothing to do with
Mark
this.
two, so I just need the toe.
You get to see.
You can leave him up here with me.
Not as much, he's not coming in as much as you do.
When you see him, tell him I said hello.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay,
not the
we'll go
one.
down. We go way back to St. Benedict's.
Oh, very good. I'll tell him that.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
You too, you're welcome.
I just need the one that was marked.
Is it?
That's first class. I know the firm.
Yeah, he did a great job.
Very good.
They got their act together. Yes, they do.
Yeah, because she wants it.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Dalia, ready to proceed?
Yes, we are. Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Chairman. I am Vincent Dalia. I represent the applicant in this matter. We have been here more times than I can count, I think, and over the last few months, and again, I apologize for my not being here last month. I was a little under the weather. But we are here today with our new engineer. We've also brought the LSRP as well, because there were a number of questions and concerns about the contamination on the property, and I wanted to bring him here
Right.
so you could ask all the questions you had.
Now, we have 3 letters. We have the Environmental Commission letter, actually 2 of them, which I assume you've seen. September 1, actually, it's 1 letter, 2 pages, dated September 1, 2025.
I don't know that I have that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well,
We can certainly field it today. if-
I have it, and I can, or I'll ask our Environmental Commission member to discuss these with you.
Sure.
As we go along, when the topic is hit and is appropriate. Okay. So we'll deal with that way. But then we have the Alimo letter and the Taylor Design letter, which have they raise a lot of points, and
And
I would hope that you would be able to hit those points.
our new engineer is ready to,
Right, because if you don't hit them, or he doesn't hit them, I sure will.
I know you will, and I encourage you to. Reason I brought that up is that I wanted to start with the LSRP because I felt that the last time I was here, there were questions that I was asked that I stumbled on terribly, because I'm not an environmental lawyer and I didn't know the answers. But the LSRP is here, and I wanted to bring him up. Why don't we swear everybody in, though?
Yeah, who do you have besides the environmental engineer?
Guys, why don't you come up and state your name and why you're here?
Yeah, I'm Terrence Combs. I'm a professional planner and licensed landscape architect for Pettit Group in Sewell, New Jersey.
Thank you.
I'm Henry Weigel, a professional engineer and licensed site remediation professional in the state of New Jersey. Been professional engineer for about 35 years and an LSRP since the start of the program in 2012.
Very good.
Brian Cleary with the Pettit Group, licensed professional engineer.
All right.
Gentlemen, let me swear you all in at the same time, please. Right, stand.
We also have the owner, the applicant, so why don't we have...
Yeah, Mr. Rankin, why don't we have everybody sworn in together?
Yeah,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
So on the environmental issues, let me just put a head note on it. You know, we look, and our engineers and our our planner looks back at the history of this, and we see, as noted in the planner's report, sort of three different versions of the situation out there. The first one, at the beginning of this application process, we had one cost for remediation. Then later, we had a much larger cost for remediation, which was like the second iteration. And then more recently, it was said, not in a report, but that perhaps the plume, and I think that's the accurate way to describe it, was dissipating or would dissipate in a short, relatively short period of time. And so I think the question in the mind of our planner and the question in the mind of all the board members who have experienced this case is, what's the real story with the plume?
No. Yes, in fact, those three gradations that you just mentioned are mentioned in number 7 of Scott's letter.
Exactly.
And that's what that particular comment is what I wanted to hit head on so we could get to those things.
So what is the story about the plume, and where is it, and what's it going to cost to clean it up if it has to be cleaned up?
Henry?
So I'll try to paint.
Hang on a second. He did mention some of his credentials, but I don't...
We haven't qualified him, I don't believe.
No, I don't believe you have. So why
But-
don't you tell us about your educational background, your experience in this area of LSRP?
Sure. So I have a bachelor's in civil engineering from Villanova University and went on to get a master's degree from Drexel University in engineering geology. Like I stated before, I've been practicing civil engineering for about 35 years and have been practicing as an LSRP since the inception of the program in 2012. So vast experience in investigating and cleaning up sites similar to this.
Licensed in New Jersey?
I'm sorry?
Licensed in New Jersey?
Yes, sir.
You are. All right, for how many years, approximately?
As a professional engineer, 35, and as a LSRP for the past 13 years.
All right. Council will accept him as an engineer, an expert in the area for testimony.
Thank you. You heard the board's questions, and I wonder if you could give a narrative response to what your analysis is and what you think.
So I've been given the opportunity to review the reports that have been generated for the site over the past probably 15 years. There's been a series of tank removal projects that have taken place out there, investigations that have taken place. And right now, there's been 5 underground tanks that have been removed over the course of the project. Basically located around where the service station building is.
Are there any underground tanks left?
No,
They're
not to
all-
the best of my knowledge.
To the best of your knowledge, 100% of the underground tanks have been removed from the site.
That's correct.
Thank you.
There's also, as residents probably know, there were some above-ground tanks that were out there during the use of the property as an old distribution facility. They've since been removed. So what's left is soil contamination and groundwater contamination. There's soil contamination under where some of the above-ground tanks were located, and also in at least one of the areas where the underground tanks were. And in addition to the soil contamination, there's I wouldn't call it a groundwater plume, but there is groundwater impacts associated with the underground storage tank area on the east side of the building. So the last round of groundwater sampling that was collected out there, I believe was in 2023, and all of the wells were quote-unquote clean or met to state standards, with the exception of the one monitoring well located on the east side of the building, which is about somewhere in this area.
And when you say east side of the building, there are a couple of buildings on that
Well,
property.
I'm sorry, the gas station building, or former gas station building.
All right. So that's on a corner.
Yes, sir.
Where does the plume extend, if you know?
So, as I was just mentioning, in 2023, this is the only well that was dirty. All the other wells throughout the site, and I believe there's 1 or 2 over here, they all tested clean.
And this is what year?
2023, I believe, was the last round of groundwater sampling, several years before my involvement at the site. And I don't believe anything's been done since.
Were the tanks all removed by that last set of sample wells, 2023?
They were removed prior to the,
Prior.
yes.
So there would be no further source of pollution or contamination at that point? Since,
Other than the impacted soil that remains in the ground.
okay, and that
As long as
also,
that soil's there, the contaminants can leach out of the soil into the groundwater and impact groundwater quality.
all right, but no more sources from the tanks itself?
Correct.
And that polluted or contaminated, maybe is a better word, soil, you said that's also in proximity to the gas station?
Well, there were,
Or did I hear you wrong?
no, you didn't, well, let me clarify. There is contaminated soil, I believe, on both sides of the gas station building, and then in at least one of the areas where the above-ground tanks were located.
Okay.
So there were, I think, 2 above-ground tanks behind the building, and maybe another back in this area somewhere.
All right, and the only plume that you're able to discern from the records is by the gas station heading east?
The only impacted monitoring well is located in this area on the east side of the garage building.
Right.
And groundwater is flowing kind of in a westerly direction.
Oh, all right, away from
So it
this.
would be flowing across the site from this quote-unquote source area.
And how far do we know that, I'll call it a plume, extends when last tested?
Well, it hasn't gone off-site for sure. There's a clean monitoring well here. Like I said, there was at least 2 here off-site. I don't know the exact locations of the other wells on site. But right now, it's limited to this area where the service station was and the underground tanks were.
So there are other test wells, other than the 2 that you just identified, but you say they haven't picked up any evidence that the plume has reached them.
Correct.
And you don't know exactly where those wells are.
I don't offhand. There's probably 10 wells out there, give or take.
Okay.
Schematic could be provided if needed.
All right, continue, please. If there's anything else you have to talk about.
No, I think that's really paints the picture of the current environmental status out there.
All right.
And I'm
Let
here
me,
to
let me
answer any.
just, let me continue on then
Okay.
with, what is the contaminant that is present in the soil contamination and also in this plume, as I've called it?
Primarily gasoline-related contaminants, and they're referred to as BTEX, so benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene are the primary contaminants.
Now, at one point, the applicant had advanced a theory, and I don't know who advanced it, whether it was the applicant or through an engineer, that the plume would dissipate, that's my word, over time, and effectively no longer become a contaminant or a problem. What say you to that contention?
Well, what I would say is the normal process would be to remove the source, which is the tanks, remove the source material, which is the contaminated soil, and then groundwater will naturally attenuate over time. And it's a process that the state allows and permits. I did hear someone say 1 year, that it was going to be cleaned up in 1 year. The previous LSRP on the case had estimated a 10-year period for monitored natural attenuation to occur after the contaminated soil had been removed or remediated.
Natural attenuation is the phrase, the term of art for what I call the evaporation of the problem?
It is.
Okay.
So which report was that?
I'm not sure. I reviewed 5 or 6 reports done over the course of the last 15 years. And I believe it was the latest one, the remedial investigation report, dated 2010, possibly.
You need it on a break, we can look at that?
I don't have it with me, but I can certainly provide that information.
So the last investigation that was done or monitoring samples was in 2010?
No, the 2023, around the groundwater samples were collected from the existing monitoring well network. And that's the data I was discussing earlier, where there was only the one well on the east side of the station was dirty.
Right, and was that the active environmental report?
No. It was dynamic earth dynamics. I think that they were only hired to do that one round of groundwater sampling. So there were other professionals involved at the site. One was active. Paul Saxon Environmental was out there on several occasions during the tank removal work. And I think he generated 2 or 3 different reports.
Did you evaluate the difference between the 2010 levels and the 2023 levels?
I did not. So you're talking about a trend analysis for groundwater impacts? I did not.
So is it possible that that additional well is clean at this point?
When you say the additional well, the well here on the corner?
last remaining well that you indicated was not clean.
Right. Would I estimate that it could be clean now? Is that what you-
Could it be?
It could be. I wouldn't expect it to be.
And based on the trend analysis, or?
No, not just based on the concentrations that were detected in 2023. So the concentrations were high enough that it would not naturally, in my opinion, it wouldn't naturally attenuate over the past few years to a concentration that's below the standards.
All right, because there were 2 references in prior testimony that the 2018 active report indicated, I think it was November 1st of 2023, at the use variance hearing, Mike Miller indicated that the active report said the site was 18 months away from being naturally dissipated. And then at the April 2, 2025 site plan hearing, the applicant's team indicated that the 2018 report stated that the site was 12 months away from being naturally dissipated. So what the board's trying to find out is, what study have you done? Because we've heard a lot of conflicting testimony. What study or analysis or trend analysis have you done that the board can then evaluate to determine what exists on the site today and whether or not that's consistent with any of the prior testimony that the board relied on for the granted use variance and is considering now as part of the site plan?
Well, with all due respect to the past persons who testified, I would say that the timeframes noted, it was probably premature, the 18 months and 12 months. I wouldn't even guesstimate or do a trend analysis until that contaminated soil is removed, because you still have a source to the groundwater that's feeding that quote-unquote plume. So in theory, the groundwater concentrations could be increasing.
Now, I take it that you haven't done anything to measure the volume of contaminated soil around where the old tanks used to be.
I have not.
From what you could glean from the previous testing and the reports on that you've read, do you have an opinion on the volume of contaminated soil? And to put it another way, can you estimate the length, width, depth of the problem and the cubic yards of soil that are part of the problem?
Yes, that work could be done based on the data that's available and data collected by others. I've not gone through that exercise. That part of the exercise would be considered like a remedial action work plan to put together, not only to get possible approval from the DEP, but, so the applicant could put budget dollars together for the actual cleanup. So as part of that work plan, we would go in and review the data, make sure there's no data gaps, and then come up with estimates on quantity of soil, what it's contaminated with, where it can be disposed of off-site, generate, a cost estimate for that at the proper time, because you know how trucking costs change with time, disposal costs change with time.
Sure.
So to stand here and say it's $400,000 today, it might be $450 3 months from now, because diesel fuel prices are going up.
And you're giving that number, those two numbers, purely as a hypothetical example right now?
I am, yes.
Okay.
But I will say that I did review, and I don't know how to reference it. There was a 3-page document that was called a planning level cost estimate that I think was shared with the board.
We have heard some estimates in the past. I mentioned those at the beginning of my remarks.
Right.
The number went from something around 400 to 500,000 up to 600 to 800,000 perhaps, or even a little higher. So, the board was sitting there sort of stymied, wondering, well, which is it? Or is it a third number that we haven't even heard yet?
My only comment was going to be that I've reviewed that planning level cost estimate, and I agree with the scope of work. So whoever put it together, and I don't know who, but one of the professionals, the scope is thorough. It discusses what needs to be done to investigate and clean up the site, and then they gave a budget range of 425 to 570, which to me seems like it's in the ballpark, because there's a lot of variables once you put a shovel in the ground, regardless of how many samples are collected. The samples are only a representation of what might or might not be out there. So,
If you were hired to come up with a remediation plan for the soil,
right.
Would you feel professionally obligated to do your own plan of removal instead of relying on the plan of removal developed by someone else several years ago?
Well, I am obligated to either confirm that the data generated previously is valid, and if I determine that as an LSRP, I can use that data. But if I feel it's not valid, or if there's data gaps, then I'm required by my license to go out and kind of recreate the wheel and come up with my own data set to generate the work plan.
And what is your current view on the accuracy of the data set from the previous engineer?
From what I've seen, there's a great amount of data. The underground tanks that were removed around the service station building, but I don't see a lot of information for where the above-ground tanks were. So I don't know if that data exists or whether that data needs to be generated.
Of course, that's the data that's key to the soil removal, isn't it?
Well, there's multiple components. The major soil contamination is around the service station building. There's mention of other soil contaminants with the above-ground tanks. But like I said, I haven't seen the detail on their estimates on scope, depth, concentrations for those above-ground tanks.
So as you stand here tonight, based upon the work you've done, you cannot provide us with an estimate for remediation of the soil around the tanks or around the gas station. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, I think it's premature to come up with a cost estimate, to be honest with you. But this project is not advanced to the stage where we're putting together a cleanup plan or a work plan and generating those types of detailed costs.
All right.
I mean, that's why this previous submittal was kind of a preliminary conceptual cost estimate.
I think there are other, first of all, I'd like to have our environmental committee representative on the board speak, but there are a couple of other board members who have individual questions, so let me just go around and see who else has questions. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi, Tom.
Hi. The wells that are to the north and west, you don't know exactly where they are, but there are wells to the north and west.
Yes, sir.
Are there any contaminants detected?
Not the last round of groundwater sampling. It was done in 2023.
Zero.
Zero.
That's surprising, being the plume is going that direction. Not making sense to me.
Well, I don't know if there's a real quote-unquote plume. And I mentioned that before. There is groundwater impacts that seem to be limited to this area only, from the data that I've seen.
Pointing to around the gas station.
That's correct.
I have a question. So when you talk about the above-ground tanks, we're talking about the above-grounds that were behind the gas station, the big, tall, white ones, correct?
Yes,
Because
ma'am. So
Because right now, and Mr. Livingston may be able to answer this, is that I have 2 permits sitting on my desk for, what is that, Mr. Livingston, 2 or 3 above-ground tanks?
Yes, one is a 2,000 plus gallon above-ground tank, as well as a couple of the smaller 250 to 300.
So were those tanks used for any of the outbuildings or the house or the gas station?
I think, Tom will probably be able to answer that more than I, but I think the 2,000 gallon tank that I'm talking about to get removed was a diesel fuel that served the diesel pump at the gas station.
Okay. Well,
Is that correct?
Right,
So
the reason
tanks
why
have
I'm,
been removed, or they have not?
they have not. The reason why I'm bringing
I
this.
thought Mr. Weigel's testimony was that all the tanks have been.
Well-
I'm sorry, I was referring to the larger.
That's
larger
why,
Above-ground tanks.
Mr. Taylor, that's why I'm bringing this up, is because I want to make sure on record that we're recognizing what is still there versus what and they were very large ones behind the
Yeah, I
gas
don't know how
station.
big, but
So I just want to put on record that,
35,000 gallons.
correct, that the tanks that are there, would this be correct, Mr. Livingston, in regards that they are disconnected from the existing buildings?
Yes.
Okay, but they are not technically removed off of there. So I just want to make sure for the record that, as he stated, that all the above-ground tanks are removed. No, technically they're not.
Well, there's nothing technical about it. They aren't removed.
They're still sitting there waiting to
That's
be
right.
removed.
And so let's get a catalog. How many tanks are left sitting there waiting to be removed? One, two?
I think that would be coming from Mr. Livingston.
There's currently approximately 3, with the exception of the homeowner ones.
I mean, we're not dealing in approximations. We can count.
Well,
2 tanks, 3 tanks?
there's one large tank, and the other ones are movable. They're not stationary. They're small.
Okay, but they're there.
They're there.
So we're talking 3 tanks?
3 tanks.
1 big, 2 small.
Yes.
1 fixed, 2 movable.
Yes.
Empty, all of them?
Yes.
And disconnected from whatever they serviced beforehand?
Yes.
But they have not been removed off the site because I have not given him the permit yet, because I still need permission, because he's not the owner of record. I need permission from the owner of record or their, attorney, whoever the case may be, to allow me to go ahead and give Mr. Livingston that permit.
All right, well, okay. For the record, that's important information.
Yes.
Ms. London, you had something?
Well, I mean, this is the first we've heard from an LSRP in all of the, however long, many meetings that we've had. And it sounds like you've just read through the reports that are on record to bring us up to date as to what you believe was done. So there's a lot of planned activity on that site. Where, in relation to the soil that needs to be removed, we have trees that are going to be planted, trucks that are going to be driving, trailers that are going to be put down. How would you see this plan, what needs to occur? Do we need the soil cleaned up before there's disturbance of the property? It's already being utilized for some of the intent. So I'm not sure we have a full view of the quantity of soil that needs to be removed, the locations of the soil that need to be removed. I'm not sure if you have that information. And how can a site be approved and go ahead without this cleanup, having some kind of quantitative measure to it?
well, like I mentioned before, there's a work plan that would be put together, and that work plan would be meshed with the site development project. So, and maybe Terry can speak to this, we've done a lot of, Terry used to be my boss at my previous employer, and we did a lot of residential projects where I assumed that the board would make the approval conditioned upon the cleanup of the site. But typically, the way it would progress is that a work plan would be generated, and obviously the applicant doesn't want to pave an area where there's contaminated soil, and he's got to go back 6 months later and tear up all his new asphalt. So he would concentrate on those areas probably first, remove the impacted soil, so he could then move forward with the development in that area.
So he knows where the contaminated soil is?
I would say that's part of the work plan that needs to be
Seems
put
like
together.
it needs to be done
So
first.
it needs, right, we're going to look at the data, delineate the areas of impact that need to be remediated.
But that hasn't been done.
No, it has not been done. It's been investigated.
So we're looking at
But
a
the cleanup
phasing
has
plan.
not been put together.
The soil was investigated in 2010, is that?
There's been a series of investigations and tank removal work.
I mean, what I was able to access, and this was, I don't know, a year ago, whenever we were looking at this, It seemed like there had been a big lapse in any LSRP being involved in this site, that there was work done and then there was negligence or abandonment in some ways. So it's been a while. So the groundwater is a little bit troubling as far as if there's water that's contaminated here and you're saying it's dissipating this way, is the belief that it's already been dissipated before it gets to the wells in the back corner? Neighbors are not being affected by contaminated groundwater coming through their properties? Like, where's this water that the soil is still contaminating just going? And why is it not showing up? And at least a diluted form down at these other wells. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of possibilities. The groundwater is flowing, from what I've seen from the other professionals in a westerly direction. The groundwater impact is limited to this area right now. So if nothing is done in the next 25 years, you're right, that plume is going to continue to migrate in a westerly direction of groundwater flow.
Well, even if something is done, right? You said the water doesn't get clean, just the soil, so it'll stop being contaminated, but the water that's contaminated is contaminated.
Well, I didn't necessarily say it doesn't have to be cleaned up. What I did say was after the soil is excavated and remediated, there is the ability to allow monitored natural attenuation of the groundwater impact. And that's all based on concentrations, it's based on contaminant trends. So to allow that to occur, we have to demonstrate over 8 quarterly sampling events that we have a decreasing trend in concentration. Otherwise, we have to actively clean up the groundwater impact. And the other, well, another component of that is to monitor, for one, off-site migration, and two, any impact to off-site properties. So if we get into a situation and the state permits monitored natural attenuation of the groundwater, we would be obligated, or the applicant would be obligated to continue to monitor the network of wells to determine if there is any impact off-site, and to confirm that we're continuing to see the natural degradation of the contaminants. And if anything changes in that, if there is impact detected, or we're not seeing a decreasing trend, the state's going to come back and they can actively clean up the groundwater. And that can be done a number of different ways.
Such as?
Such as there's chemical injections, which I think was proposed in that planning level cost estimate that I mentioned earlier as a component of the cleanup.
Do we know who prepared that plan?
I don't.
Is that the scope of work? Earth Dynamics.
Do we know what date that was? Because there's no date on it either.
April of 23.
April of 23. In simple language, this is
But it's,
injection,
I think the
injection of
copy-
chemicals into the wells to try to break down the contaminants,
Yes, in layman's terms.
like putting Dawn soap on an oil-covered duck.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you say that was one of the controls, a method of institutional control for groundwater contamination?
No, that would be a method of active remediation.
Okay, thank you.
So that's one remediation method. What are the others that come to mind?
Well, the first one I mentioned was the monitored natural attenuation, which is passive remediation.
Right.
So you're just monitoring the plume over time to make sure it's not getting worse, it's getting better. So then either a passive or active remediation, there's, like I said, chemical injections, which are oftentimes the most cost effective. There's pump and treat methods where you pump groundwater out of the aquifer, shallow aquifer, and treat it with either carbon or discharge to the treatment facility, which is really shown to be not cost effective over time. And the state's kind of moved away from that technology, because we've had sites where we pumped the groundwater for 30 years and you're still seeing high concentrations, you know? So they're pretty much, and there's numerous types of what they call ISCO, which is the in situ chemical oxidation. There's different things. You can add oxygen, you can add peroxide, manganese permanganate, depending on the contaminants, the contaminant levels, the soil conditions.
Do you have any estimate of the approximate area of disturbance on this site that would occur if all of the contaminated soil was removed? The area of disturbance?
So typically, the area of disturbance would be the tank excavation footprint. And I don't have exact numbers. So there was, around the service station, the tanks, just to quote me, were between 2,000 and 6,000 gallon in size, the underground tanks. So a 6,000 gallon tank can be 7, 8 feet in diameter by maybe 15 to 25 feet long, depending on configuration.
So what I'm hearing is that the soil that's going to be cleaned up is near the gas station, the polluted water is near the gas station, and the rest of the site is actually clean?
No, I don't think I said that. I think I also said that where the above ground tanks were.
Which you don't know where those are, no.
I have an aerial photo here that shows them.
Okay.
From 2007. They're not out there now. But I could point, if you want me to point, I can do that.
Sure.
for you. Okay, so there were, right behind the building here, there were 2 large elevated storage tanks. You had 2 others in this area, vertical elevated storage tanks, and then you had one kind of laid in here, a horizontal storage tank.
Okay. So for the plan that you mentioned, coming up with the remediation plan
Right.
for the site, roughly how much does that cost to have that done?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot.
Roughly. It's not a quote or an estimate
No,
that I would hold you
I would
to.
say, as long as there's not a need for data acquisition. So part of the work plan development would be to see if there's any data gaps. Meaning, do we need to go out and collect more soil samples because we don't have this area defined horizontally or vertically? If we have everything we need, just the cost to put the plan together, I'd say roughly $2,500 to $3,500.
Okay. Go ahead.
Were you asked to
Are the
prepare
funds
that?
available for the
I was
cleanup?
not. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry for interrupting. Are the funds available right now to do the complete cleanup?
I think you're asking the wrong person.
I'm asking you.
The applicant could possibly answer that question.
Okay, I'm ready.
My pockets aren't that deep.
But it looks like, a remediation plan would I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You said $2,500, $3,500, even if it was $5,000, you could get it done based upon the data you have and any additional data that you had to collect?
Well, what I said was, the plan can be generated for $2,500 to $3,500, assuming we don't have to go out and collect additional data.
Oh, okay.
So if we have to go out and collect additional data, that number, I can't really give you a number, because, you're talking about a drill rig for $2,500 a day, and you're talking about samples sent to the lab for, $100 to $200 a piece. And so it starts to add up. It might cost another $5,000 to $7,500 to go out and collect additional data.
So you didn't evaluate the existing reports to find out if there are any data gaps?
No, I did not. I reviewed the reports to come up with an idea so I could come in here and paint the picture of the existing condition at the facility, or at the site. Is there soil contamination? Yes. Is there groundwater contamination? Yes.
Did I hear you right when you said that there was wells on the north side, or so there was some wells that we don't know, nobody knows where they're at?
Well, we know where they're at. They've been surveyed. Standing here, I can't point to them on the map for you.
So you're saying all the wells that are on the property were part of the survey?
They have been surveyed. I don't know if they're on the, on the survey plan that the engineer has, but I do know that they were surveyed, the coordinates were provided in one of the environmental reports.
If you were asked to opine on the order of work for this site, would you opine that before landscaping work is done, before driveways are reconfigured, before concrete curbing is put in, before other site work is done, that the first order of business ought to be determining the scope of the remediation that has to be done and doing that remediation before any further site work is done?
Well, I think the scope has to be defined prior to, but I think the actual performance of the remediation will be done in conjunction with site developments. Like I said before, if there's no remediation required out here, there's no reason why some of this site work can't be done.
Referring to the street side of, what is that, Madison?
Yeah, and I'm just, that's a for instance. So obviously, we don't want to do site improvements where we're going to go back and remediate.
Obviously.
Right. So that clarification would have to be made up front. So there is a cohesive work plan that dovetails into the development plan.
Do you have any information indicating whether there is any contaminated soil or any plume of contamination that is at, under, or around the house that fronts on Marne Highway?
No, I've seen no information to indicate that there's an issue with the house. In fact, in one of the reports done by the other professionals, they had looked at the groundwater impacts at the site with respect to vapor intrusion, which is vapors coming up off the groundwater that could get into a structure. And they indicated the only potential would be at the service station building itself, and there would be no issue at the dwelling based on the current data.
How close does the plume come to the dwelling?
Again, it's centered on the west side of the service station building, and there are clean wells in between this dirty well and the dwelling.
Okay, and yet the plume is headed west,
It is headed in a westerly direction.
and that's
It's
generally,
obviously not moving very fast.
west is generally toward the house.
Correct, it is.
All right, I think I don't have any other questions on this point. Do the professionals?
I have a couple questions,
Yes, Paul.
Mr. McKay.
Yes.
So bear with me, I've got some things I just would like for you to address. First of all, in Mr. Halbig's letter from September 21st, 2023, it does state concurrently an LSRP will be retained to complete an environmental site assessment. So here we are 2 years later, and I thank you for being here as an LSRP. This is our first experience with the licensed LSRP. In, let me see here, 2020, okay, Active's fact sheet dated August 11th, 2020. It states a description of the actions performed to minimize impact to the public. And if I'm just going to read this to put it on record, and if you can maybe talk about it. The extent of soil contamination has been delineated and is confined to the property. To remediate the soils, the responsible party, at that point W.L. Rife, is proposing engineering and institutional controls. The engineering controls may include excavation and/or capping, and the institutional controls may include deed restriction. The groundwater delineation is ongoing and appears to have migrated off-site. To remediate the groundwater, the responsible party is applying for an institutional control measure, that is a classification exception area, or CEA, wellhead restriction area, WRA, to document and monitor the groundwater contamination and restrict access to that part of the aquifer on all affected properties. The institutional control measure will include, at a minimum, additional well installation, quarterly groundwater sampling, and biannual reporting to DEP. As necessary, the party may also implement engineering control measures to expedite the remediation of groundwater. These controls may include enhanced fluid recovery events and/or NC2 groundwater treatment. In terms of the potential vapor intrusion hazard, the responsible party is proposing to conduct a vapor intrusion investigation in any structure within 100 feet of known groundwater contamination above the applicable NJDEP standards. Now, I know you might have already discussed some of those measures, but is there anything in this fact sheet that has not been addressed or should be communicated with the board?
No, I mean, not to my knowledge. I mean, that's a pretty broad brush of.
Okay.
We could do this, we could do that.
Okay. So is that relative because at that point it was WL Rife and now we're dealing with a different applicant, maybe a different engineer who might have different methods to identifying
Well,
and
like I
addressing?
said, That's a pretty broad brush. It would apply to this applicant as well.
Okay.
The groundwater CEA, the classification exception area is a requirement of the state as part of the monitored natural attenuation process. And some of the other things you mentioned, the 100-foot.
Vapor intrusion?
Yeah, for the vapor intrusion, so that just may have been misstated. It's actually 30 feet for petroleum contamination. So
Just petroleum, because there are also metals detected in here. It wasn't just
well, metals.
the gasoline.
Present
Okay.
a vapor intrusion issue.
Okay.
So the 100-foot criteria is for chlorinated solvents, something you would find in a dry cleaner.
Okay. So they're, based on the level of contamination of the areas of concern that have been identified, and I believe those were in the 2023 preliminary assessment, the Phase 2, AOC 3, AOC 6A, AOC 6C, AOC 6F, and AOC 13, groundwater and soil contamination. Do any of those contamination levels warrant the need to do vapor intrusion reporting for any of the structures that are proposed to be used, established, the house? Should that be done?
So vapor intrusion is only triggered by concentrations in groundwater. So I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to as far as concentrations for those AOCs, if it's soils only type.
No, there were a couple that were groundwater.
So, for instance, if it was groundwater, we would look at each contaminant and each contaminant concentration versus the trigger level for vapor intrusion. And that's what I would call a vapor intrusion evaluation.
Okay.
And then based on that evaluation, you determine whether an investigation is required. So the investigation, if it's required, would actually be air sampling.
Right.
Within the structure. So for instance, if it was a slab on grade structure, you would take subsurface air samples underneath the slab and then also samples within the structure itself as part of your vapor intrusion investigation.
Okay.
And then based on the air concentrations, you determine whether there's an issue or not. If there's no issue, everybody goes on their merry way.
Okay.
If there is an issue, depends on the concentrations. If it's bad, if the concentrations are high, then you can actively put an active remediation system, a sub-slab depressurization system.
So should all,
Similar that you would do for radon.
and would you do that while it's habitated, or would?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's not uncommon. I mean, the tenants would be notified, informed, and it would be, if they didn't feel comfortable, they could move out, but it's a pretty common situation. You see it in schools, daycares. I have a Domino's Pizza in Richmond, we have one running.
Okay. Okay. Also on, well, the site also has a February 28th, 2024 regulatory deadline to complete a remediation. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that the previous, or I guess I would say current responsible party missed many of their deadlines, and I think probably are facing some type of administrative order from the state.
And how would that affect the current use or proposed use? Well, current use, because it is being used and it has been for 5 years. But moving forward, how would that affect the proposed use?
Well, the state's going, is requiring, and will require cleanup of the site. I had a brief discussion with my applicant, or the applicant, as what the state has right now is what they call a pre-purchase administrative consent order. So he can separate, if he moves forward with the purchase of the property, he can separate his liability from their liability. He'll still be required to clean up the site, but financially, the state's not going to go after him
Right.
for missed deadlines.
Okay.
So his administrative consent order would establish new timeframes for various key documents. and
Okay.
bills.
Is that like the Spill Act for municipalities, protections
Yeah, I guess.
similar to?
So does the state have the right then, if either party has not met deadlines or anything such as that, do they have the right to do a cease and desist on the business that is being run there now because they have not met any of these requirements?
That's a question for a good attorney.
Exactly.
I know they have the right to not only civil and administrative penalties against the party, the owner of the property. They can also go in and clean up the site themselves and then basically charge the responsible party for that,
Okay. The only reason I ask is, as Ms. Costco stated, is that the business has been running, and we're here for a preliminary and final site plan. And at this point, it sounds that there's not just the board and the township, but the state who overrides pretty much everything in my office for construction. You know, we're kind of the low man on the totem pole in municipality. The DEP, the state of New Jersey, they override us, and they have a lot more strong arms than we even do. So what I'm looking for is to figure out is that, does the state, and when do they do that, do they come in and say, okay, you guys are in penalty, again, I don't know who the party would be, but the businesses no longer can operate? Because I've seen it as a zoning officer, I've seen myself in another town where we did do cease and desist because of issues somewhat like this. But again, the state has the bigger arm in this if either party is not meeting those deadlines.
Like I stated, I've never seen a cease and desist, but they will, I mean, that's not their goal, to put people out of business. Their goal is to clean up the property.
But how can the property be cleaned up with a business operating there? How can they be cleaned up and get in a site plan approval with all these things that are required by our professionals? I guess I'm a little confused in regards to how an operation can go on and the state allows a business to go on, but they want it to get cleaned up. How do you, I mean, and again, I'm being facetious, I'm not expecting you to answer, I'm trying to put it on record, is that we have a business that's been operating and making money, and yet all these things are not being met because of the contamination that's there. So that's my concern for the town, not for anybody else, but for the town.
You've been to the site?
Yes.
So you know here's this industrial thing plopped in the middle of a residential area. There's residents on all different sides. In your professional opinion, is this contamination, groundwater, affecting the neighbors in any way?
Not from the recent data that I've looked at. The groundwater sampling from 2023 shows that it's not impacting the neighbors.
Okay, and
Could you attach "yet" to the end of that sentence?
I could. I mean, that's just a guess, right? I mean, if I had a crystal ball, I could tell you, yeah, it's gonna impact the neighbors in 27 years, but.
Well, that's the point I'm
There's a
making.
potential, sure, there's a potential.
Potential is there
As long
for-
as the site's dirty and not being cleaned up, there's that potential.
Right.
And again, it's
I just-
migrating towards spruce, correct? I believe I read somewhere that the groundwater delineation is moving towards Spruce Lane
correct.
in that area. And that whole neighborhood is under American Water, correct? They're on public water?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and are there any wells being used for landscaping or farming or gardening that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, it would have been part of the receptor evaluation
Okay.
previously.
All right, Ms. London, do you have any other questions?
Just curious about timeframes, and so to prepare your report, roughly what is that time period that would take to come up with the work plan for this particular site?
So
Scenario A, all the data's there,
Yes,
and you
scenario
could have
A.
already maybe had it,
Scenario A, 30 to 45 days.
okay, and then
Scenario B,
worst case?
I can never say worst case, but I'd say scenario B where we had to mobilize to the site and collect additional data. You're probably looking at 60 days.
So from my point of view, we've been looking at this site plan for, I can't tell you how long. Before I think I came on to the board in January, definitely. But for 35 days worth of work and $5,000, it feels like we should already have a work plan before we're deciding, can this tenant, is he good for the money, for cleaning up this site? You know, we have his word that it's gonna get done, but yet the business has continued. This is drug on for a very long period of time. Data has come to us in bits and pieces. And, you know, I'm not confident that we're gonna have a viable work plan, that things are gonna be followed as far as the site cleanup with respect to when it's gonna get done as a priority over the business continuing to run as is. I just don't have that confidence and my goal is that this site be cleaned up. The whole reason it's continuing to be this thing in the middle of a residential area is because of this cleanup, and we've been told that, oh, well, it'll never be clean enough for residential, and yet there is a house on the property that's gonna continue to be used. So I sometimes, it feels like we're being manipulated in some ways to believe that there is a lot of contamination, but no, there's not a lot of contamination, and that, you know, can't be used for residential, but, you know, it can be cleaned up, you know, the water's just gonna go away, and so I'm just, you know, this is the first we've heard from someone, you know, that has spoken directly to what's involved, and even that is somewhat vague.
Understood and noted. The only thing I will say is that I think this is an opportunity maybe for the township to get this property cleaned up. The former tenant operator owner is all but defunct. The state's gone after them financially for dragging their feet on this. And you have somebody before the board who is willing to clean the site up.
I feel like in good faith, he could have presented us with a little bit more than, you know, already.
I may be heard. I understand exactly what you're saying. I think this was yours. I understand exactly what you're saying. And the catch-22, as I look at it, is if we go and we do all this, and then you don't approve the site plan, what have we done? And the other side is, if you deny the site plan because you don't know about the cleanup, you're not going to get the cleanup. I came here on day one and said, the problem with this residential site is it's never going to be residential because of the contamination. There's a standard for commercial, you know this. There's a standard for commercial and there's a standard for residential. And we have a unique applicant here who can fit his very light, it's really a very light industrial use on this site, and it will give the opportunity to clean it up. Bob, I don't know if you remember the case. I should have brought it with me. I should have anticipated. There was a case where, and I hate to sound like a lawyer, the applicant had applied for a site plan. And the board told him he has to go and get approval from some state agency, whatever it was, the DEP, whatever, before the board would grant the application. And the applicant went to court and said, that's the catch-22. If I go before the board and the board says, go get approval from the DEP, and then I go to the DEP and the DEP says, no, 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 go get an approval from the board, the application never goes anywhere. At some point, to me, and I can get you the case.
I know the case you're talking about. It's an old case. It's been around a while.
So it has upheld.
I don't know the name of it.
Yeah, I don't know the name of it either, but it's out there. It's never been reversed. It's never been challenged that I know of.
But that's not the situation here.
It,
That's true,
but-
that's not the situation.
Go ahead.
It's not the situation here. Has the applicant been turned down by DEP in this case and told to go back to us?
No. But if you're telling us, go in and do all the LSRP work and do all the, get all the requirements from the DEP in order to get an approval from you, as opposed to what the court said was, you grant the application subject to the other agency, whether it be this board or the, I'm using DEP as my example, or DEP. And the catch-22 for us is just that. Yes, we can go ahead and give you these reports. We can give you more detailed reports. I heard the cross-examination from the board. I was, quite honestly, I know you were a trial lawyer, so your cross-examination was outstanding, but I heard the cross-examination of him, and they're all legitimate questions that we can answer. But you're telling us, go and complete the LSRP work before we'll give you a decision, is the catch-22 for us.
But that's what you asked for.
I asked for,
During the use variance, November 1st, 2023, you said it's going to cost us $600,000 to $700,000 to clean this site up. A number that Mr. Weigel indicated it was premature to assign any numbers to this.
right, I didn't say it. You're saying I said it?
Your applicant's team.
The applicant at that time, his best information was that.
And you indicated, the applicant and their team, that an LSRP report and LSRP testimony would be provided in conjunction with site plan approval. And this is maybe our 5th or 6th hearing. At the June 4th, 2025 hearing, the board requested an LSRP status report to be submitted to by July 1 to be on the August 6th agenda, correct?
I'm sure you're right. I'm positive you're right.
I was in the resolution.
Do we?
It was in the resolution.
I'm sure.
Do we have an LSRP update status report yet?
Not that I know of.
So you asked the board to give you a use variance predicated on specific LSRP testimony. If it comes out at the end of the day, and Mr. Weigel goes out there and says, there actually is no soil contamination anymore, it has naturally dissipated, that invalidates your use variance. Would you agree?
There's no contamination. I would be inclined to agree.
So how does the board take your word or the word of multiple conflicting points of testimony on the degree and the cost of contamination and ask the board to work with you in good faith when the board hasn't really gotten what they asked for and been promised on multiple occasions? I don't see how it's consistent with the prior case law for outside agency approvals like DEP. The case law is clear on that. The board can't say, go get your LOI and your other permits and then we'll hear it. I don't think that's even close to the case here. So I don't know.
My argument from day one was...
And one last point is, and this may be a question for Mr. Weigel.
Yeah.
Can a residential use be occupied on this site?
What I would say is, I'm not aware of any DEP, state regulation or DEP guidance that would preclude the occupation of this existing dwelling. If it was new construction, it might be a different matter. but it is existing.
If it was new construction, it would be a different matter, or it may,
It may be a different matter.
but it may be the same.
What I'm saying, if it's new construction, for instance, we can't go build a residential subdivision on top of a landfill without properly remediating the landfill.
So it's considerable.
But if there is a house existing on the landfill, the state of New Jersey is not gonna make somebody tear the house down.
So then it is conceivable that this site could be used for residential uses with the cleanup.
It is conceivable. Yes.
For new residential.
And obviously, there would be protections. I mean,
For new proposed residential, it's conceivable, if the site was cleaned up.
I'm sorry, say that again.
If the site was cleaned up, this site could be used for new residential land
Correct.
uses.
Could be used for a daycare, could be used for a school, as long as it meets residential criteria.
When did you begin work?
I'm sorry?
When did you begin work, for this?
On this project, 30 days ago? 60 days, 45 days?
That's not true.
Um,
I think your documents in December.
All right, I'm not sure, because my vision is not that good. I'm not sure who that is in the back. But if you have a comment to make, any comment,
Oh, wait, sorry.
thank you. You've been here before, I take it.
Yes.
Then you know the rules. And you'll abide by them, I trust. Thank you.
Well, to your point,
Yeah.
I was retained by the applicant to provide LSRP testimony approximately 45 days ago. Was I privy to information about this site prior to that? Yes, through a different company that I worked for. So I had looked at this site for another company maybe a year or 2 years ago, something like that. I was provided with documents at that time. We took a look at it. I think we wrote a proposal to do some work out here. It was never authorized, and that's where that died.
So you're not,
And I've never been retained as the licensed site remediation professional for the cleanup of this site.
you have not been?
I have not,
And,
by no party.
wow.
So,
So the 30 to 45 days thereabouts, it sounds like that's about the same time frame as doing a work plan. You weren't contracted to do that.
No, I was contracted to review the existing documentation, do a site walk, and stand here before you and
Understood.
try to answer questions.
I got it. Thank you.
can I ask you, I'm speaking just for me now, I don't want to represent the whole board's opinion here, this is just my opinion. I kind of feel like, as a board member on this subject, I feel like I'm being expected to absorb so much information to make a good call for other citizens that live in this town, or other people that live here, right? So I feel like it's so out of my wheelhouse, and we have professionals that help us, and you're a professional. We talked about the monitoring wells. Isn't there a point to where a sample from a monitoring well would then trigger a bunch of alarms? And then pass that on to other responsible parties that say, okay, hold on, we got a problem, right? We haven't hit that. Have we hit that where any samples from any monitoring wells that said, whoa, now they're going up the food chain, Kathy's brought up, the state has more power than we'll ever have. So any samples that have been taken up till today in this property, have they like set off an alarm with other agencies that are in the state that are here to protect us?
Not to the best of my knowledge, and one of those alarms would be the vapor intrusion trigger that we discussed. So if we have elevated concentrations above a certain threshold in a well located within 30 feet of a residence for petroleum hydrocarbons, that alarm would go off. Also, he would have a responsibility not only to notify the DEP, but notify the resident, and then take a plan of action, 30, 60, 90 days, this is what needs to be done.
So, Bob, a question for you guys over there. us as board members, why couldn't we just say, and I'm just spitballing here, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm a little overwhelmed, so bear with me. Why as board members, we just can't say, look, let anybody do what they want on their property. There's no alarms going off in the monitoring wells. The minute the alarms go off in the monitoring wells, I would say you have to come back before the board. And we have to say, wait a minute, well, where's the level of that alarm in the monitoring wells that's thrown off for the DEP to get involved, or any other agencies? I just kind of feel like we're being
Well,
put in.
I think we are already there. And it's
We're already
not-
there.
It's not a flashing red light, but there is also, this is already listed as a contaminated site. There's already a listing at DEP. This is identified as a site that we're.
Then how can we as a board approve anything then?
And that's, that's the point, because the use variance testimony was, you have to approve us, we can't put residential uses here. So it has to be this commercial use, and we have to spend so much money for cleanup that you need to give us a use variance to operate this. And then a couple times we had testimony saying, well, the site may be naturally dissipating itself, so maybe there isn't any money. And now Mr. Weigel has indicated, well, perhaps the site could be used for residential use. So I think the board needs to determine, does it want to get more reports and hear more information, or does this call into question the grant of the use variance?
I would feel as a business owner that I would want to have some quantity on what I was getting myself into. And the fact that it's been vague, that you haven't wanted this report, it raises alarms in my mind, because, I mean, you know, we have to make sure that you can afford to do this. And, you know, your business has been operating, and yet, you know, $4,000 or whatever it was to come up with a work plan seems like, to me, that would be a good investment from your side to know what you're getting into. It just seems to me that I would certainly want that if I was.
I'd like to answer that.
Sure.
I've invested over $100,000 in the investigation, okay? Simply put is.
What's the result of what?
It's just the original, the testing. All the well monitoring, all that, the 500-page document that I gave to the board a couple months ago, or several months ago. The point is I've have over $100,000 already invested just in that process. So now you're asking me to put more out. It gets to a point where you're saying I'm operating a business. It's a storage facility, is what it is. I'm not operating a business out of that. It's a storage facility. It's an overpriced storage facility.
All right, I want to move this along. Mr. D'Elia, do you have anything further from the current witness?
No, unless there are other questions.
I think, unless one board member or board members raise their hand, I think we've asked all the questions of that witness that we can. And the professionals have no further questions of the last witness. So if you have other witnesses, let's hear from them and move this along.
What I wanted to do was go through the review letters so that we could respond to the concerns of the professionals.
Certainly, if that's the way you wish to proceed.
Okay. Anybody want to go first? Scott, why don't we go through yours, since we touched on some of those, and come on.
Would the board like me to go over the plan?
We may be a couple hours. Do we want to take a 5-minute recess?
That sounds like a request for a recess to me. So we'll take a 5-minute recess and give Mr. D'Elia a chance to organize his presentation.
Thank you.
So for the public, if there's anybody who's joined, my watch says it's 25 to 9. We'll be back at
We're back on.
All right, we're reconvening at about 12 minutes to 9. Sorry for the longer delay. Mr. D'Elia, the podium is yours.
Thank you. I was bringing up Terry Combs to really review the site and exactly what we're proposing here, and to also go through the Scott's letter, and so we can move on from there. So why don't you take
All right,
over?
we need to qualify Mr. Holmes?
Well, he testified last time, and I don't recall him being qualified, so why don't we play it safe?
Yes.
Terry, tell us about your...
I'm sorry. May I intervene at this point before we get too far along? Mr. McKay, I actually would like to make a motion at this point in time.
All right. You are certainly free to make that motion.
Okay. I would like to make a motion based on the use variance that was granted in the conflicting information that has been provided in terms of a promise of an LSRP. During that time, the use variance was granted based on the acquisition of an LSRP. That has not happened until today. There was testimony that the residential property was not able to be utilized for residential use. There's testimony tonight by the new LSRP that it may be able to be used for residential uses. Based on those two reasons, as well as additional conflicting information, I would actually like to make a motion to dismiss this case and to disapprove it.
All right. Bob, any comments on the form of the motion?
That can be, that's a legitimate motion, yeah.
Okay.
I can't hear you well. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said it's a legitimate motion.
I'm just confirming that council agrees that it's an appropriate motion to be made at this point in time. May I have a second for the motion?
Second.
Second? All right. Take a roll call.
May I be heard?
Absolutely. Hold the roll call. Yes, you may be heard.
Thank you. First of all, the record will now reflect that several witnesses did not get an opportunity to testify, so I've been cut off without being able to make my full presentation. Number two, with regard to the concerns about what the LSRP was asked, is it possible to do residential here? And he said yes. It's possible. It's not practical. You heard the realtor who's been with this property since, I think, 215, and how many residential developers came forward, and as soon as they knew about the environmental problems, they walked away. It's not practical. Number two, when I first came here, the point I made was, it is not practical that it's ever going to be residential. If it ever gets cleaned up, it's going to be a commercial or a light industrial use. And we were coming in with a light industrial use. And we also committed to clean it up. Deny our application and we walk, I'm respectfully submit, you are not going to find someone else to clean the site up. I agree that we've hit too many bumps along the way. I'm not going to dispute that, and I never have throughout this. We had an engineer that we kept tripping over. We have submitted a report that I think was about the size of the Manhattan phone book with regard to the LSRP.
If they have Manhattan phone books anymore.
I was dating myself.
Yeah,
I was kind of dating myself there, I guess.
I understand. Just trying to inject a little levity into
the
seriousness of this discussion.
Yeah, so I understand. The point is, if you want this property cleaned up, we're going to have to find a way to make it work. I'm willing to do whatever is necessary. I know my client's willing to do whatever is necessary to satisfy you that what we're doing is going to benefit the town, is going to benefit the community, is going to clean up that site, which has not been, which has been a bit of an eyesore from the first time I saw it, and we want the opportunity to fix it. I apologize for all the bumps along the way. I understand it. I understand your frustration. But I think at the end of the day, when you make this approval, you're going to find that the property is going to be cleaned up environmentally and aesthetically, as part of our site plan includes substantial improvements in the appearance of that site. So I would respectfully request that the motion that has been made and second be denied at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Would the movement consider withdrawing the motion for the moment, with the ability certainly to make it again later in the proceeding, to allow Mr. D'Elia to finish his presentation? I know it's 9 o'clock. I know we've been sitting through several sessions on this, but I don't want to put in a reason for Mr. D'Elia to claim prejudice or error on our part if he hasn't completed his presentation. So would the movement consider that?
Sure, I will withdraw my request
All right.
Do we have?
for a motion.
Do we have a right
My motion.
to know exactly how much money has been spent on this site to try to, you said he spent $100,000.
Yeah, we're free to
Do
ask
we have
Mr.
a
D'Elia
right
can
to-
represent, or the owner can,
Do you have the right to ask what he...
Oh, I want to ask, you said you spent $100,000 on the site. Do we have, or how do we, no disrespect to you, but how do we know that you did that?
Yeah, we don't have it, obviously, with us, but we can give them I don't see any problem with giving you an accounting.
Just like the last.
With regard to, what he spent in order to get to this point. I don't have a problem with that. No, the applicant.
We'll get to that. I want to move this along. Mr. D'Elia, put your next witness on. Let's hear from your next witness, and let's move through this.
We were going to qualify.
We were.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
I'm a licensed professional planner, 35 years, Bachelor of Science from Rutgers, 45 years experience in land planning, and worked for engineering firms through the course of my career. I've testified over 100 municipalities in New Jersey. I'm also a licensed landscape architect. Both licenses are still in good standing.
All right, Mr. D'Elia, we will admit the witness to testify in his area of expertise.
Terry, you were going to
Yeah,
go through the site.
At the meeting that I did attend, I think the board requested we treat this like a new application, given the time of night. Do you want me to go through everything, or?
I want you to go through everything you think is relevant, but to be efficient in doing so.
Right. Well, I won't spend a lot of time. I think everybody knows where the site is. It's across from St. Paul's Lutheran Church. It's 300 feet of frontage on Warren Highway. It's bordered by Maple Lane, Spruce Lane, to the east and west.
Assume that this board is intimately familiar with the property and the surrounding neighborhood.
That's our proposed site plan. That's the landscaping plan out of the site plan set that was submitted to the board. We have 2 acres in the R2 zone. There was a use variance granted in January, obviously, since the proposed light industrial use is not permitted in the R2 zone. Existing improvements are a single-family residence, which we've discussed, the abandoned gas station, which we've discussed, and 3 buildings that were formerly utilized by the W.L. Rife Company, and then there were circulation areas, gravel areas that were part of that former commercial use. There are applicants proposing to reutilize the single-family residence as a rental property. No plans currently for the gas station. That is not part of the application that's before the board tonight, and then to occupy the buildings that were formerly utilized by Ralph Oil Company for his operations, which is restaurant equipment restoration and reconditioning. Our site plan basically, as I said, utilizes existing structures. We are modifying the existing circulation and parking areas on the site. This exhibit shows how we're modifying the site. The plan that's before the board now is a little different than the original plan that Mr. Nichols had presented. We've reduced the amount of cover on the site, pulled the gravel areas, circulation areas in more to provide more perimeter buffering. So these green areas are areas where we're removing existing cover. The dark areas are existing impervious cover that will remain in use as impervious surfaces with the buildings and the existing gravel areas. And this light gray toned area, that's what we are expanding on site. So net, this area here is the temporary truck storage that will be in use till 2029 by when the current owners of the property. Ultimately, that will be green space. So when this site is in its final condition, there's actually a reduction will be a reduction in the impervious cover of almost 1,000 square feet. So that's the site alterations that are proposed. The large building, this area will be where will be used for storage, workshop area, and then a small 600 square foot office is on the side. The other buildings will be just storage buildings used by the PEI services. There's also storage containers, and these were all depicted on the use variance plan. There's 8 storage containers scattered throughout the property, and then a 45 by 45 truck staging area where he'll park pickup trucks, and that will also be used on occasion for unloading trucks into the storage building. There are a number of variances that are requested. There's an existing variance for front yard setback where 30 feet is required, 24.6 feet is proposed for the existing gas station structure. So that's a pre-existing condition. We're proposing 2 storage trailers within the front yard area of Maple Lane. They're not in the front yard setback area, but the ordinance doesn't allow accessory structures in a front yard, which is everything in front of the building. So technically, that's a variance. The trails are actually 60 feet from Maple Lane, where 30 feet is required. The trash enclosure is proposed off of the large building right in this area. So technically, that's in the front yard area of Spruce. So again, that's technically a variance, but it's 50 feet from the right-of-way where the setback requirement is 30. But it's forward of the building, so that's a variance. The maximum impervious coverage in the R2 is 27%. We are at 57.8% with the temporary truck storage area that will be converted to open space in 29. Existing coverage is about 47.5%. We have 12 parking spaces where the parking calculation based on the amount of storage and office area and the residential building, the parking requirement, total parking requirement is 14. So we're 2 spaces under the parking requirement, but that's adequate parking for PEI services. They only will have 2 to 4 employees on site. We're also proposing a 20-foot facade sign on the front of the building, which is where what Ralph Oil Company had their signage. You can still see the outline of their sign. So technically, in the R2 zone, there's no signage permitted, so that is also a variance. There's buffer requirements in your ordinance that are sort of, there's conflicting requirements, but where there's a light industrial use, light industrial zone next to a residential zone, there's a 25-foot buffer required, and then in addition, a 25-foot open area adjacent to that buffer. We're providing the 25-foot buffer area without the 25-foot clear area in addition. That would just consume too much of the site. There's another buffering requirement that says where industrial or commercial zone and residential are separated by a street, the buffer is 15 feet. So, I mean, worst case scenario, we need the variance for the 25-foot open area. And then waivers, we're asked for waivers from the curbing and paving requirement for the internal circulation areas shown as stone. The entrances will be paved, and the access on Warren Highway will have curb according to county standards. So, I mean, landscaping, you can see the landscaping. We're providing perimeter landscaping with a mixture of shade trees and evergreen trees and shrub plantings. In total, there's 31 shade trees, 74 evergreen trees, and 38 shrub plantings, provide perimeter screening. I mean, that, I think in my review of the use variance, the testimony was that, you know, the merits of this application were that the site was going to be cleaned up aesthetically. In addition to the site cleanup, the aesthetic improvements were an important part of the proofs for the use variance as well. That's the application in a nutshell. You know, your professionals want to go through their letters. I met with Scott earlier this week, went through his letter. But
see if any of the board members have any questions based on your presentation.
I have a question. So Rife Oil had a sign up there for their business because the public used to come in there to pay their bills and things such as that. What is the point if the public is not coming in here, why do we have a sign on the building of 20 square feet?
That's the applicant.
So the question I have is that when Rife Oil was in business, they had that small sign.
I'm going to withdraw the facade sign.
Okay.
Application, part of the application. That's why I didn't mean to be rude to you.
Oh, no, that's
I was
okay.
giving you a timeout.
I just figured you would tell me to stop.
Yeah, yeah, I didn't mean to be rude.
And then the other question I have is number 9, where it talks about the materials and things such as that have been outside, that it would have to come back for an amendment to the use variance. So the question is that from an enforcement end, I take a look at this. The storage has been outside forever. Are we coming back for an amended use plan? Because then, as far as I'm concerned, from day one, if this gets approved, is that there should not be any of this outside storage there.
Yeah, and the plans indicate that there will be no outdoor storage.
Okay.
No outdoor storage.
No outdoor storage.
All right. The matter has proceeded to the point of questions on your presentation by the board, and Kathy had two. Anyone else have any?
Just a quick question, I'm not sure, it may be for our engineer, but initially there was some question about the stormwater management on the site, and maybe the back corner was a bit soggy. And just with the contaminated soils, you know, is there danger of water rushing over or coming over with all these different storms? Now the water's not being contained on the site and it's going over contaminated soils. And has somebody looked at that back corner to confirm that, that stormwater is being managed properly? Currently, even before this disturbance, and is there a plan for that?
Yeah, I mean, our engineer's here too, and can address stormwater management more specifically, but in general, there's a depressional area in the back, and after storm events, it is soggy, but that's actually, that's actually a water quality measure. So there's a pipe that discharges, but this pipe is back pitched. So before any water goes through that pipe.
Pipe is what?
It's back pitched, so it's pitched into the site.
Okay.
But that's where the water goes. I mean, eventually
So
the water.
it's in the corner.
And it goes through, and then it goes down the maple. But that's like a holding area, so it infiltrates, you know, it wasn't designed, I don't think, for that. But in a lot of ways, it's sort of complying with the spirit of the stormwater management regulations. So what we're doing here, there's not going to be any runoff from the improvements that are going to interface with contaminated soil, so that shouldn't be an issue. And the low area that exists back there is actually a positive as far as water quality.
Are trees not going to be removed from that back area?
No, this is one of the changes we made to the original plans. The stone came very close to the corner of that property. We pulled it back. There is some shrubs and greenery that's being removed there. But
No large
back
trees?
corner is staying.
Okay, but no large trees are being removed from the back corner? Okay. And then just looking at the selection for this is very minor, but selection for the plantings, that there's a couple that are non-native, and we just request that they be replaced with like the two that we would ask be replaced are the trident maple, which is not a native, and also the Japanese Zakova on the front street tree to be replaced with some suitable equivalent. And then just as a small suggestion, that spirea sometimes can be, you know, if not properly landscaped, can be somewhat messy. Maybe azaleas might be something that's more pleasing and easier to maintain.
We'll pick something that might survive a little better than azaleas, but we'll get your letter, and I'll certainly incorporate your recommendations.
All right, any other questions? Otherwise, I want to move on to have the witness deal with the Taylor Design Group comments.
Want me to go through it, or you want to?
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Issued a report dated August 28, 2025. The items under A have been addressed. They're informational regarding the nature of the application. The applicant did identify the variance relief for the new bulk variances, which include structures in the Maple Lane front yard, and presumably we'll get planning testimony substantiating those at the end of the hearing this evening. We can comment on that testimony at the appropriate time. Before I get yelled at by Paul, let me grab this. I know how she gets. We also identify the design waivers that are substandard, that in the rear buffer area, there's a driveway and only a buffer of 25 feet is proposed, where a 50-foot wide buffer is required, 25 of which has to be open, and a minimum of 25 has to be planted through that area. And then also design waiver to permit structures and improvements in the Spruce Lane buffer area, including a driveway and 3 oversized vehicle spaces, and a buffer of only 23 feet is proposed. And also to permit improvements in the Maple Lane buffer, where a driveway and a buffer of only 25% of 25 feet is proposed. Sidewalks, loading areas, and others as identified, and we'll comment on those after summation. I think we've, under D1 general comments, I think the board has heard testimony regarding the operation. I don't have anything further on that unless the applicant does. I also think during the use variance and one of the first few meetings, the operation of the site was described in detail by the applicant. Item 3 is relatively minor, and I assume the plans could be updated to show the buffer lines accurately. Can I get a yes from somebody on the applicant's team on any of those? If you guys concur, if not, we can.
Which?
Item D2.
Yes.
D3, recommending that all deliveries and trash pickup be limited to daytime hours.
Yeah, there's a note on the plan to that effect already, yep.
I think we've talked about the truck circulation. I'll defer to Mr. Miller on the adequacy of that. And we can also talk about the off-street loading under his as well. We also noted and questioned the need for the multiple access drives located on Spruce Lane to justify those because they are located within the required residential buffers. The applicant's truck circulation templates do not show any scenario where those large vehicles need to use those driveways which access onto Spruce, which is a residential street. Recommended that those be eliminated to provide buffering more consistent with the character of the neighborhood and the residential character along Spruce.
Yeah, and as I said, I met with Scott earlier this week, and I told him we were going to look at this, these entrances, one in the back, and then these are both existing, actually, one in the back actually is right up against the property line there. And then, currently, this is all open to Spruce along here, from where we have this drive all the way to the back. So we are proposing to limit this to a 25-foot drive, and we had this at 15. We can actually, I told Scott I'd look at trying to loop this back to eliminate this connection. And I was concerned we may not be able to make the turn around the building and keep out of the 25-foot buffer. We can do that. We can make this turn, respect the 25-foot buffer and bring that right out here. But we would like to keep that drive, that existing curb cut there, close to Martin Highway. Just to accommodate, we have trash pickup here, and it just makes general circulation easier. But we can eliminate the entrance in the back, so we would request that, obviously, front yard buffers are always penetrated by driveways, so you have to get out to the road usually. So that's usually a provision in the buffer where we say that's the only penetration allowed into a buffer.
They
So we
usually
would
say
request
driveways, they usually say driveways that are necessary. And I think that's really what's a question here is because obviously you have site circulation, you get a tractor trailer in and out from Martin Highway into the rear of the site. So the question of the necessity of those other two in justification of the residential buffer relief that's required.
Yeah, like I said, it's been there for probably 50 years, and we'll eliminate the one in the back, which, brings, I guess, the most, that has the most impact on Spruce. We would request to be allowed to keep the front one if, it's up to the board.
Can I ask a question? So on page 1, Scott, of your report, it is site surrounding and land use proposal, item A, 3B, where it talks about the vehicle storage in Area 6 was granted for a period of 5 years for the boats and the truck that's already there. Does that have an impact on your turn coming out on Spruce Lane to come on the
Yeah,
side?
Well, this would have to occur after this is vacated. The bringing this, is that what you're talking, bringing the?
Correct.
road? Yeah.
So that
would
would-
have to happen after this is vacated.
So that wouldn't come into effect until February of 2029?
Correct. Yeah. I should have said that, I'm sorry. I didn't.
Okay, just, it doesn't
Yeah.
make sense to me then, is that, how is that gonna operate for the next 4 years? If this is allowed to be here till 2029, how's that gonna operate?
How's what going to operate?
Your circulation of coming out and,
We would request that we be allowed to use this until we eliminate the temporary parking, and then we'll bring it through. Yeah.
Okay.
This is just small, for small pickup trucks with trailers that bring equipment in. This is not for large trucks, this is just for small, single-body trucks.
What's not for large trucks?
Not,
That northern Spruce Lane exit?
Spruce Lane. Right, this is just for. We showed it for emergency vehicle access and for single-unit truck circulation.
I have a general question having to do with, you have storage containers and storage trailers. I assume that a trailer has wheels and that's going to be a movable kind of thing.
There's two trailers here that will be used maybe twice a year. The rest of them are containers. Isn't that right, Jeff? Isn't that what you said?
Yes, there's actually 4 trailers, actually, with wheels, and then 4 containers.
And there's any number of, and then there's containers. Now, the containers are open? They're not enclosed?
Yeah,
their C boxes.
They're sea boxes, yes.
Okay, so they're open in the top. You put, are they empty or they're gonna store materials in them while they're stored there?
Yeah, they're storage boxes, they're solid boxes
Yeah,
with door
tops,
access.
yeah.
They're not open on the top, they're storage boxes. Yeah, that's basically a sea container.
Okay.
Sea box.
So if those trailers move in the next 4 years and that road is not made for, or that access area is not made for a trailer, how's that getting out off the site?
There's circulation templates. We have a spur down here that the trailer backs in and then pulls out. On the last page of the site, we show how the different areas are accessed.
So that rear drive really isn't necessary, it's not critical to the operation?
It is for his daily, his small truck, pickup trucks and.
And how many trips a day is that?
Yes,
I think we said.
no more than 4 a day.
I think there's a note on the plan, Scott, about that.
Right. And is that,
4 or 5.
and is that one way now?
Yeah,
Which direction?
yeah. It's one way out.
Right.
The next one.
Moving on, so we don't know.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead. I want to know if we're down to building design.
No, I'm still on number 6. So if that is going to be eliminated, a phasing plan would have to be shown. We'd have to see a truck turning template, that if that northern Spruce Lane Drive does get eliminated in February of 2029, what that configuration would look like would need to be identified, and that has not been submitted or reviewed.
You're talking about the back driveway?
Yes.
Yeah, it's only supposed to be small trucks, so they should be able to get in and out of there. My problem is the other driveway where it's coming out. I was waiting for the engineer to address that, because he doesn't have the turning templates on the Spruce Street entrance. And that's where the public is, and that's where we want to make sure that they can get in and out without disturbing either side of the road.
So the applicant's going to agree to
Yeah,
add
well-
turning templates.
Yeah, we had the template coming out of here, so it'll be the same template coming out of here, and this is a wider drive, so it'll be an easier maneuver. So it won't be, again, this won't be tractor trailers coming out here.
Well, then the
But
plan
everything else.
then the plan should probably indicate the limited use, vehicle use for that drive.
What was that? I couldn't see where you were saying
Yeah,
that.
we said that tractor trailers wouldn't be using this drive.
They're not going to use that?
No.
So then the tractor and trailer's only going to be coming in and out of Martin Highway?
Right.
Big difference.
And I guess we could sign that, sign that entrance so that trucks, tractor trailers know not to, they will know because they'll be familiar with the site, but we can sign that.
All right, guys, have we adequately covered?
Well, D7, I think we've.
Seven, I think we've covered already in the first hour of this hearing.
And then just the second to last paragraph, we indicated that there was testimony that an updated report, the last paragraph, an updated report would be provided, which has not been provided from an LSRP.
Right. Outdoor storage line we've covered.
Well, item number 8, we still don't have, the applicant indicated that they would provide documentation from an LSRP or DEP that the home can be reoccupied. That has not been provided.
Right, that's a helpful comment, but we have covered in detail that discussion in the first hour. So
Yes,
that
but the testimony from Mr. Weigel was that he didn't see any reason why it couldn't be. And I don't know that that means it can be or cannot be. So absent that documentation, I don't know how the board would view that. But it was agreed that it would be provided previously, the documentation, and it has not been.
All right. The outdoor storage material 9 we've talked about.
Yeah, so apparently that will all be eliminated.
Yeah, in the plan, there's a note on the plan saying no outdoor storage
Right.
is proposed.
10 and 11, dealing with trash handling.
Yeah, the private hauler, and Mr. Livingston will contract with a private hauler and make sure that pickup and delivery are within the timeframes specified.
Does that include waste oil?
You don't generate any waste oil in cleaning or refinishing metal products?
Are there any waste liquids?
No. I have harsh detergents that we use, it's basically just a harsh soap, like a degreaser, but it's not toxic.
And how are those disposed of?
Dissipate.
I'm sorry?
They dissipate, once you clean them, it just dissipates.
It evaporates.
You mean into the grass?
No, we don't clean it up in grass, so we clean it inside.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So you use a solvent, harsh detergent inside the building, and that gets on the floor? And then does it go into a drain?
There's no drains, it just, I guess, we don't use a lot of it, and it's not, we don't have like a power washing
So it's just left on the floor. Any buildings that are required to be accessible, an accessible route needs to be shown from accessible parking to each one of the buildings as required by the barrier-free subcode.
Yeah, and we discussed, I think, we provide accessible route to the main building, the office building, that's where employee activity would be. And I think we need to add a first floor elevation to show accessibility, we'll do that.
But there are multiple buildings where employees will occupy, including.
Right, the only primary building is the large building.
So employees will only go into the one large building?
Yes.
Okay, so how do things get in and out of the storage area?
Which building are we talking about?
Building 4. And your other metal?
The one with the mezzanine?
Yes.
Yeah. It'd be classified as the same thing as a storage container. It would go in there very, very periodically. Not a daily. It'd be classified just like a storage container. That's all it is, a storage facility.
Well, so it's covered under the building subcode though, correct? Because it's a building. A storage container is not a building, correct?
Right.
It's a temporary storage container. This is a building that's covered by the International Building Code.
So Marty, are you requiring a handicap parking space for this building?
No, what I said in my comment was, if the building is required to be accessible under the construction subcode, the New Jersey barrier-free subcode requires that an accessible route be provided from an accessible parking space to all buildings on site that are required to be accessible. That is a building, it's not a shipping container. If it's required to be accessible, if there are 2 buildings on site, 3 buildings on site, and they're required to be accessible
Correct.
by the construction code, there has to be an accessible route from the accessible parking to each one of those buildings.
Correct.
So you will provide the accessible route to the extent that the buildings are required to be
We'll meet the code requirements.
accessible. I think 13 is relatively simple.
Sign is withdrawn.
Sign is withdrawn.
15 is the parking issue.
We'll
Or is it a
we'll
parking-
adjust that.
A parking issue, you'll agree to that?
Yes.
E is a whole series of building design questions. We have no architectural plans. Why not? Why haven't they been submitted?
We're not modifying the building.
We're just painting them.
We
So
have
we're
no
painting-
plan.
We're painting the
It's not a
buildings.
question of modifying, we have no plans.
Well, usually architectural plans are for
building.
building construction. We're just painting the building and putting new doors on. So we'll provide details of the doors that we're going to install and provide color palette of what the proposed colors will be.
But at the October 14th, 24 meeting, the applicant's team agreed to provide floor plans and elevations because this is a site plan hearing, and it's also necessary for the adequate evaluation of the parking. And that still has not been provided?
The floor plans are the building footprints, basically. I mean, there's really no rooms. The footprints of the building are basically the floor plan. We provided the parking calculation based on the square footages.
So based on your analysis then, Mr. Combs, the workshop and storage area of the main building, Building 3, which portion of that building is used for storage and which portion is used for workshop?
really doesn't matter because the parking is the same for both.
Where is
The
that?
parking, well, in your ordinance. Industrial storage and repair is the use category. It's 1 per 750 square feet. And that's what we are.
What are the other
Can I ask
categories?
what this building was used for prior to this? What was the use of the building?
Ralph, what they used it for?
Yes. What did Rife use it for?
I don't
The
know.
reason I'm asking from my construction point of view is that this is a change of use.
Right.
The construction official has a right under the IBC to make sure that the new use meets the code requirements.
Right.
The use from Rife Oil was not to do storage for equipment and maintaining that. So that's going to come into play. If this gets approved, then you're going to have an architectural set of plans for the interior side of that building for him to be able to occupy that. And knowing that where the storage is versus the use of dealing with the equipment, that's going to come into play.
Right.
Just so you understand.
If that's what he needs to do for his construction permit, then I guess I'll have to do that. But I'm saying for parking, it's the same storage and repair.
So you're requesting a waiver from the board from submitting the floor plans and elevations?
Yeah, I mean,
No, I think I
elevation,
heard-
like you said, would be a photo.
I think I heard he agreed to do that.
I'll submit details of the doors and then photos of the buildings, elevations. and-
So what are the building improvements that are proposed?
I'll let Mr. Livingston.
And sealing of the roof and replacement of the garage doors.
No siding repairs, repair gutters, fascia?
That would go along with the roof repair, I guess, yes.
Well, we're trying not to guess. You guys have offered, you agreed to at prior hearings, provide floor plans and elevations and detailed information about the beautification of the site and the buildings that the board relied upon and the grant of the use variance. Our ordinance requires it. It's been in all 4 or 5 of our letters. You previously agreed to provide this. We're at the last, presumably the last meeting. It still has not been provided. So I'm not clear, and frankly, your list of what you've said you're going to do to the buildings has not been the same twice. So I don't know what's going on at the building. So I would recommend,
Nothing has changed, Scott. I said continue,
what color is it being painted?
whatever you recommend. I don't,
Yeah, earth tone.
warm or earth tones.
Okay.
All right, look, the bottom line is, when we deal with these building design issues, do you agree to present architectural plans as described in the letter and provide a definitive, detailed list of any improvements to the building, whether they be deemed structural or cosmetic? Yes or no? Simple
Yes,
question.
yes.
So those will be submitted to the board for review in advance of a future hearing?
Yes.
All right, lighting comments. Number F on page 6 of 8. Scott, are you?
Will you
with me?
comply, will you comply with any or all or none of those, Mr. Combs?
Yeah, we agree with all of them.
Agree to all of them. G, landscape,
I mean,
page.
the one thing we talked about, Scott, was the house side shields, where we have house side shield on the one light that would require it. That's already shown.
All right, so 4 is okay as is.
We agree with.
And the landscape comments, I assume
Based on our
you
meeting.
can comply with those?
Today, I will do what we had discussed at our meeting.
And that includes the recommendations from the,
Environmental Commission. Yep.
How will you change if you take out that row of offering trees or whatever in front of that one building and put the driveway that way? You're down a few trees. I don't know if they're,
Well,
I didn't do the count.
Scott had asked us to have a phasing plan, so based on this change that we're going to make, we'll have a plan that shows what's going to happen before this is removed, and then what will happen after.
Were you planning to put the trees in while it's storage, or?
You're talking about this area?
Yeah, there's stuff parked there,
Well,
right?
everything that's in these areas will stay, because that's in the buffer. We'll add additional plantings in this area where the truck storage is.
Okay.
And then these trees will have to be relocated or replaced with something else. Because the drive's going to come around here and you're right along the edge of the buffer. So these will stay. These can stay. But these two trees. here
Okay,
will have
so
to-
that one row
Yeah.
will stay?
These can stay.
Okay. And what are those? I forget which kind of, were those shade trees? What were those? Are there
Yeah,
evergreens?
these are shade trees, right?
Okay.
Small, shade trees.
all right. Scott, are we done with yours?
And if the board, if we're returning for architectural floor plans and elevations, perhaps that phasing plan should also be submitted and reviewed by the board.
Agreed? You agree, Counsel? Mr. Delia, do you agree to that?
Yeah.
All right.
All
All right, are we going to, we're going to move on to the alignment report? Marty, you want to go through that, and let's see what we have in terms of agreement?
Oh, when we did our letter, we kind of shortened it up by outlining it like at each paragraph, the ending thing saying where either you're missing, like for.
Yeah, let's go through the.
One of the bigger items was the stormwater management report in 24. It says it's satisfied, and then it says the submitted stormwater analysis adequately addressed the comment that we had.
Yeah.
So that tells you that comment was addressed.
We don't, we only need to go
For all
through,
of them along.
Marty, we only need to go through the items that are either partially resolved or not satisfied, or pending, let me put it that way. So as I go through these, I may be missing some, but you'll stop me if I'm wrong.
The number 8, we're looking for a parking waiver.
Yep, parking waiver, I think we've talked about the parking, and their request for 12 versus 14, and they've given testimony of the number of employees to justify their request for 12. If we go down to 12 on yours, that's a paving issue, you want to address that? We have a design waiver on that issue, and where you stand on that.
They're not paving anywhere, so they don't have any details for the paving, because there is no paving. Everything's going to be stone everywhere.
Right, and was it your recommendation, as I understood your letter, that with the truck traffic that they're having?
They're asking for a design waiver for the paving, so.
Right.
It's up to, that leaves it to the board saying yes or no.
But your recommendation, if I'm reading this correctly, is that there should be appropriate paving as described in paragraph 13
The
because of the heavy
ordinance
truck
says
traffic.
That there's supposed to be pavement, yeah.
All right. So, Mr. D'Elia, is the applicant willing to agree to paragraph 12 on the paving issue or not?
No, he's asking for a waiver.
No. The question is addressed to Mr. D'Elia.
Yeah, he's in areas of ingress and egress, loading and unloading.
Yeah, I know what they are. The letter says it. The question is, do you agree to it or you don't agree to it?
Well, I'm trying to discern what I'm agreeing to.
Yep.
The major interior drive,
To the paving suggested by,
You'll agree to it?
yeah.
Agree to 12?
what are we paving? What are we paving? Everything?
The plan.
Can we talk about it before we agree? The front, like, this front area is probably the heavy traffic area. So we did these drives, everything in front of the building, up to.
All of the travel ways.
and
It's
what this back-
almost all of the gray area that you're showing.
These are just pickup trucks and.
What?
and trucks. They're not big-
Now?
They're big trucks that are coming down the back of the property. You want that big as well?
That's where your travel is.
Pave it all. Okay.
All right, so it's agreed that the board's engineers' paving recommendations will be accepted and followed.
Where we're moving, we're gonna change that driveway, we leave that stone until we do the final alignment, and then pave that part. Pave everything up to where.
Well, yeah, that means you don't have the CO until you have everything all done.
Well, not if it's approved that way, we should be okay.
Or you could bond for the phase 2.
Okay.
All right, so there's your agreement on a limited deferral of certain paved areas? Marty?
What was that?
Is there an agreement that there would be a limited deferral of certain paved areas to be done at a later time?
Anywhere where they're doing travels, where it's gonna be paved.
It's like 50 feet of driveway that will be eliminated.
Gentlemen, we're working at counter purposes here. I'm trying to get through this list. We have the paving. Recommendation from our engineer is, to be blunt about it, pave it all. And now you want to come back on that and pave less than all? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, well, the drive that we're going to relocate, I thought it made sense not to pave it, but we'll pave it all.
Thank
Just
you.
rip it out then when we.
Thank you.
Will that change the water runoff a bit, or?
Minimally, it's like 0.98 versus 0.96.
All right. Marty, your 26 is now satisfied?
26. That's just the test that indicate what kind of pavement that you're gonna have to have.
Okay, so would you agree to that, as it seems to go hand in hand with the paving?
Yes.
Okay. General comments? They're primarily notations on final plans that are standard.
Yeah.
That's 30 to 39.
Yeah, I don't see anything in there that's,
Are they all
Owners.
agreed, are they all agreed to?
Yes.
Okay. Then we're into new comments.
well, You got number.
Did I miss
number
something,
40
Marty?
is a kind of a big thing.
What, did I miss something, Marty?
You said number 40.
Number 40, I haven't gotten to that yet, but I will now. I was on 30 to 39, which are agreed to. Number 40. I think we spent the first hour of this hearing on that issue. And the answer is they haven't done it. Let's do with 41. Pads under the C boxes or the trailers.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm trying to deal with 41 to 45.
Yeah.
41 is pads under the trailers.
Concrete dolly pads.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
41 is agreed to. 42.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said yes to
Yeah,
that already.
that's actually on the plan already, yeah.
43. Temporary truck storage area.
Yeah, that's in the, I think in the use variance. Yeah. The date is February, I think, February 29. Yeah.
Okay. Agreed to.
Yep.
44.
44 is that they said they're not going to have the tractor and trailers coming out on Spruce Street, so that kind of minimizes that.
All right, that's the lane that the witnesses described as being used primarily by pickup trucks and the like, correct?
Right.
Okay. So they've agreed to that by modifying the use of that particular driveway. And 45 is just an administrative note that you would do anyway. All right, Marty, anything else that we need to cover on your letter of August 28th, 2025?
I think that's it.
Great, thank you very much. With regard to anything else, Scott, have we missed anything?
No, I don't know if Mr. Combs was going to put any proofs on the record relative to the variances.
Well, I'm going to get to that, but I want to just talk about your letters, Marty's letter, your letter. We've covered everything?
We've addressed everything.
Okay. So, Mr. D'Elia, any additional testimony from your planner?
Yeah, for the variances, the building setback is an existing condition. We're not making it any worse or changing it in any way. The buffers is a unique situation affecting the property that it's surrounded by 3 roads, imposing 50-foot buffers on in all those areas would substantially, be a hardship on the applicant, consuming a large portion of the property, making it unusable for making even the existing improvements unusable. The waivers, we've addressed a lot of the waivers, but with regard to the variances, we think that they can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good. This application is going to result in significant improvements to the site. We're providing the 25-foot buffers, planted buffers, to provide improvements and screening of the proposed use. You can see the 25-foot cleared area as a significant impact on the adjoining properties. And as far as substantially impairing the intent and purpose of the zone plan, it was a use variance granted. A plan was presented for the use variance. I think at that time it was clear that relief was going to be needed for the proposed use. So given that it's not a permitted use in the zone, it's an existing non-conforming use that was on the site. We don't think that, the relief that we're requesting would impair the intent of the zone plan, which is basically a residential, based on residential uses. Impervious cover, like I said, ultimately, we're going to be reducing impervious cover from the existing conditions, so we think that's an improvement.
Right. Thank you.
I have a question. Where does this stand with the county? Did you guys do any kind of preliminary or anything that we know that they are going to okay this truck coming out and all the stuff and the?
We haven't submitted, but
Okay.
All right, the board members have any other questions of this witness? Professionals, any other questions?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. D'Elia, you're back on your feet. Any other testimony you want to provide?
No, we're not, we'll submit on that.
All right. So I'm going to ask for public comment, and then you can make a final summation.
Thank you.
Is there any member of the public who wants to make a comment on this application? If so, raise your hand and be recognized. I don't know, is that a hand raise, sir? I can't tell you. Yeah, come forward to the podium to be sworn and give your name.
Sir, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Randy Johnson, 11 Maple Lane, Hainsport. I have multiple questions here. Basically, hours of operation.
7 to 7, Monday through Saturday.
No Sundays, like now? Okay. Days of the week. Any property maintenance once this gets done, because it looks like shit now.
We don't use that language in here.
Time frame for getting this completion, I heard 29, that's utterly ridiculous. It's been that way for so long, it should be cleaned up quicker.
All right, let me stop you, sir. This is a time for comments, but please eliminate the
Okay.
sides.
Any traffic going on to Maple Lane?
Answer.
There's no egress at all.
There's a gate there now, that's what I'm asking. That gate can be done away with.
We had a drive there.
Okay. I did hear the fuel tank that's still there behind the gas station is going to be removed.
That's what the testimony says.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And then site plan as far as works, and like I said, 29 is ridiculous.
That's it? You're finished?
That's it. Ready.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just clarify one point raised by Mr. Johnson. He said
Yes.
2029 for the implementation of the improvements. That would only be for the closure of the northern Spruce Lane Drive to reconfigure it through the site. If the applicant were to obtain an approval, all of the site improvements would be required to be installed and completed prior to the business being able to receive a TCO to be lawfully used on the site.
Did you understand that, Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay. Any other members of the public wanting to speak? Hearing none, we'll close. Oops. Sorry, didn't see you. Come on up to the podium and give us your name and be sworn in.
Michael Miller, 2 Airsound Road, Southampton Township, New Jersey.
Miller, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Miller, you've testified before this board
Correct.
on this matter
Correct.
on a prior occasion, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, I did testify, and I'm going to be brief because I know the hour, and I appreciate boards that have to sit here forever. The basic theme of this for me is 18 months working with the organization, coming to a culmination point maybe tonight. 10 years working on this property from the beginning through all of the environmental issues there, the books that you have that are this thick of things that were done, approaches that were made. I've come to a conclusion. No matter what you do tonight, it's a mistake. The question is it a big mistake or a little mistake? And from my perspective as a real estate broker, dealing with potential people that would look at this site and buy it, the contamination is the issue. It's going to be the issue for him. It's going to be the issue for all you as part of the residents of this town. Most of you know, and I'm reiterating myself, there are a number of contaminated sites in this town already that have languished for many years. How are they going to be cleaned up? The state has a limited amount of money. Grants might be available to you. There may be ways in which this can be done. But the local elected officials are going to have to make decisions about money. It's not about paint on a roof. It's not about that. It's about how do you bring safety to your town. Eliminating the contamination is a thing. Now, I would sell this property on behalf of the estate that owns it to any one of you, if you were willing to step up and take the burden of an unknown, because that's what contamination is. It's an unknown. When somebody steps up and says they're going to put their money up for me to clean up the town's contamination, I'd say listen to them. It's a big factor. Perhaps, and I see, as I say, a little mistake. Yeah, we might make a mistake on the fence we put into place, or what truck goes in or out, or how it goes in or out. But he's paying for the contamination cleanup. The responsibility is his, not the taxpayers of the town. You have somebody willing to do that. All this other stuff tends to be manageable. Yes, it's not ideal. That's where the little mistake comes into play. Are you going to get it perfect? No, you're not going to get it perfect. It's not available to get it perfect. There's no perfect solution. The big mistake is when that person doesn't take it up, this is going to end up on the township rolls, in my opinion, just as those other properties did, because nobody wants uncertainty in their life. Nobody wants to see how much is it going to cost me. And at some point, it's going to cost the township, because at some point, it's going to default into a tax sales situation. And when it does, the next thing you're going to know is you're going to go out for bids to knock down the buildings. Because that's the first thing, you clear the lot, because it happened on Route 38. It happened in another couple spots. I guess what I'm appealing to is you can take, and it's not, is it the best use? I won't say it's the best use. The people that initially approached me probably 8 years ago and came into the town and said they were going to put affordable housing up. Everybody said, yay, that's great. There's a place with affordable housing right across the road. I'm sure they'd love to expand on that property. But if I say to them, and I have to disclose as a broker to any potential person, there's contamination issues, they say, well, no, we don't think we want it. That's part of your decision as this board. You're looking out, and I apologize for saying that in the context. The context meant correctly that there's more than just this. There's the big picture on this. How do we look at the big picture for the town? How do we take care of a safety issue? And that's where a little mistake or big mistake is going to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any other, I saw a hand go up. Please come forward, give us your name, be sworn in.
Alexander Bartow, 1402 Tasker.
Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Alexander, you've testified before this board on this matter before?
Yes, sir.
All right, please.
Can I present you guys with some documents? that I
Well,
wanna
you can
reference?
you can first tell us what they are.
Well, this is where he came from Pottstown, and this is a news article that came out April of last year. You know, he purchased the property through sheriff's sale in 2015. Just to go off of what's here, it says after Livingston ignored the property maintenance citations for years, the borough took him into district court for violating zoning code, and in 2021 won a $12,000 judgment, the maximum allowed by the law. It took him more than a year to clean up the junk. So he's been down this road before. He basically moved everything from Pottstown to here. And, you know, There's pictures here. This is a news article from Pottstown, just to give you guys an idea of what he dealt with before. It's the same thing he's doing here. He's
Well, we're not going to
bringing-
accept the hearsay news article, but we'll accept your testimony.
I mean, it's from Pottstown's website. I mean, I pulled off the township website. You guys can reference it and go on their website if you would like, but.
Right, I understand. We're hearing from you, though.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is that this has been drug on for so long, and a lot of it's his own doing. You know, he says he's got $100,000 in his property. Most of that's probably to the board for all the delays over 2 years, paying the taxes on the property for 2 years. I think we're just getting to a point, and we've gotten to a point. I think everybody sees it. The writing's on the wall. He hasn't done what he said he was going to do thus far. Why are we going to, take his word that he's going to clean this property up? Why is he going to take care of it now? He was supposed to sign an LSRP per his contract within the first 90 days. We're now 2 years down the road. He's only had one for 90 days. And those fines that Mr. Weigel had referred to, they were all his doing. The fines that have accrued over the past 2 years from DEP were because there was no LSRP assigned. I testified in front of this board before that was a problem. I stressed it. It's not like this man didn't know this was going on. I stressed this. The whole LSRP situation was a nightmare. The DEP cleanup is a nightmare, and it's mostly his doing. Again, he signed a contract. I have the contract. I've read the contract. Lawyers have looked at the contract. He's breached the contract. We're on borrowed time now. We're delaying. We're stalling. I think we're just wasting time here. And to move forward, I mean, again, this isn't something that Hainsport needs. That property has so many uses that we can done with it. It's just that I think, the professionals that were involved were not the correct professionals. Who they hired from start to finish, everybody. Obviously, he knows he hired an engineer, he hired a new one. They're trying to push this as a commercial property, but the wrong kind of commercial. They're going light industrial. I don't think that's the proper use for the property. I think there's a million other things that we could put in there that could bring value to this town, and that's just not it. What he's trying to do is not what this property needs.
Okay, thank you. I just have one question. What is your relationship to the property?
It's my father, grandmother, they're all part of the estate. So I'm related to them, but I'm not in the estate.
You don't take under the will?
Nope, nothing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Another, okay, come forward, sir. Give us your name, your address, and be sworn.
Tom Bartow, 2 Spruce Lane.
Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Name again?
Tom Bartow.
Spell the last name?
B as in boy, A-R-T-O.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And I am one of the inheritors of the property.
All right, well, that's good to know.
2 Spruce Lane is across the street. It's my stuff that's in one section. Part of the DEP issue is that there's a test well on my property. Nobody has addressed that. It's still an open test well on my property. What do you think that does to my property value? This is a fairy tale. This is never going to happen. This
You're
man's
referring
never going
to the site plan that we
This
have.
is never. This man's never going to do this, and I resent the hell that he's being held up like some messiah who's going to clean up this property. He won't even mow the grass. He doesn't even pick up the trash. Okay? He opened one of his containers months ago and drug a bunch of crap out, and it's still out all over the place. So you want to clean up the ground underneath? That's great. You're going to be staring at a junkyard until you go through what Pottstown or whatever went through to get rid of him. It will take years to do it. I was talking to my mother today. She's going to step down as the executrix of the estate. And much to my chagrin, I'm going to step up and be the executor of it. So at least there'll be somebody making some decisions and trying to put some guidance into some of this mess. I mean, this has become an absolute mess. I'm going to have to hire a lawyer to sort through this stuff. But this is not the way to go. This is never going to happen. Any questions?
Mr. Barlow, the well on your property,
Yes.
have you ever been given any results of any testing done on that well?
The water, the soil contamination came up okay, but then the water was not okay. The levels were too high. That was years ago. I've never heard a thing about it since, other than it's still an open well, meaning an active well. Nobody's come back and said it's clean, we're going to close it up, it's not capped off, or whatever it is.
Thank you, sir. All right, one more time. Anybody else in the public that has any comments?
So I'd like to make a comment.
Well, let me just finish this and find out if there's anybody online. There's no one online.
There's no one online.
All right, we'll close the public comment. Now, Kathy, your question?
So I'd like to comment on Mr. Miller's comment. Me and Mr. Miller have known each other for years, so this is with all due respect. This is also all due respect to the applicant's attorney, Mr. Livingston, and his other professionals. This board and the members of this board and my professionals have been more than patient with this application. There have been things in these resolutions that were put in there for a reason, and they were expecting for the applicant to provide this testimony and all this paperwork over the past 2 years. We met, myself, Ms. Costco, Mr. Taylor, we met the applicant at an EDAC meeting when this started. What was that, probably a good 3 years ago, if not longer. And the point of it is that we have been promised things from day one. These people have been more than patient. They have asked questions. They have been giving in the sense to extend things, to help out. And we're at the point now where we were supposed to have things in July, and we were supposed to have things years before. They were hoping that this application would go through more smoothly. They granted the use variance based on the testimony. And here we sit today after literally 4 years, and we're no better than what we started at. And the point is that at what point do you expect the township, Mr. Miller, and I understand your position and your comments were understood, at what point do you think that they should just allow this to keep dragging on and there's been not 100% given to them as they are trying to give to the applicant? With that said, thank you.
All right, thank you. No, it's not necessary. We don't have it's not a debating society, Mr. Miller. It's not a debating society. Thank you. Mr. D'Elia, I'll give you 5 minutes to sum up.
Thank you. I share all that frustration. I come out here and any number of times thinking that we were totally ready to go forward, and then I heard the cross-examination. I have to be at least partially responsible for that. That doesn't change the fact that when the first meeting we had, before the variance was granted, my point was, this is zoned residential. In my years of practicing law, I can tell you that this property is not going to be built for residential. The point of Mike's testimony was that he has been marketing this property for how many years, and he's had residential developers who all ran for the hills when they heard about the contamination. You're going to have to find something. If you want this to get back on the, to stay on the tax rolls and provide something for the community, you're going to have to consider something other than residential. What we have presented to you is a very light, what to me is a light industrial. You take he takes an oven, he takes it apart, he fixes it, and sells it. There will be no outside storage. I'm distressed by what I saw, but there will be no outside storage, or Kathy's going to be there every day issuing a complaint. This is the best use for this property because no matter whether the cost of the remediation is 600,000 or 600, you're going to get it cleaned up. And you're not going to get it cleaned up with residential. I respectfully submit that, and I know you're not going to approve and give me 8,000 conditions of approval, and nor do I think you should. But we've had the LSRP come in. We've heard your questions and concerns. We know we can answer them. There are a handful of issues with regard to the other professionals, and to abandon this opportunity to clean up this property, I respectfully submit, is a mistake for the township as well as the applicant. And on that, I'll submit, and I thank you, by the way.
All right, thank you, Mr. DeLeo. Let me just say a few words. We have listened to a lot of testimony in this case, and I'm going to speak now as one board member and not for the board. But in my view, the township has had problems with this applicant for the entire 3 or 5 year period that this matter has been before this township as a body and this board as a body. And getting cooperation from the applicant has been difficult. And I think the record clearly explains the difficulties that we've had over the years. And our code enforcement official has summarized them in brief just a moment ago. There are other choices that we could make here. But one of the things that we asked this applicant to do is to cooperate with us. And I think there are questions in my mind and maybe questions in other board members' minds about whether we've received cooperation from this applicant. And to the extent we have, it seems to have been wrung out of him by our persistent and repeated calls for information, many of which are still unsatisfied as we sat here today, although we've had promises again tonight that they will be satisfied. But promises do not satisfy the requirements that this board has, and especially when the promises have been broken so many times and excuses made for noncompliance and the like. So I think the credibility of this applicant has been substantially damaged by his own acts in pursuing this. We granted the use variance some time ago now, based upon the condition that there would be a successful application for a site plan and the necessary waivers and variances that would have to go with that site plan approval. And I think in large part, the testimony and the evidence have not satisfied the requirements for the site plan. And our grant of the variance is now, at least in my mind, substantially in question, because it was a variance, a use variance that was granted by this board based upon certain assumptions that we made in good faith that seem to have been completely disproven, certainly undermined by the evidence and the testimony that's come since then. So if you could put this board back into the day that we voted on this use variance, subject to the condition of site plan, had we known then what we know now, it may be that that variance wouldn't have been granted at the time. And of course, this doesn't mean at the end of the case, if the applicant could get his act together, and I'm sorry to use the colloquial, but it's frankly the way I feel, then, perhaps he comes back before this board with a new application. But at this point, this member feels that there are tremendous problems in satisfying the site plan requests application that has been made. And so if the motion is made that I previously asked to be withheld for the moment to hear the rest of the testimony pursuant to your request, Mr. D'Elia, and I'm glad we did hear it because it was informational. If that motion is made again, this member is going to vote to grant the motion.
May I just be heard on one thing? I believe, and what I was trying to present, and apparently I didn't do it and get it through, is this is a use that is going to clean up the property. I agree with you. There's all kinds of bumps along the way. I said that earlier when Paula made the motion. I can't deny that. But to the extent that this is the unique use that is going to clean up this property, it's not an affordable housing developer, it's not a single-family house developer, it certainly isn't going to be an intense industrial use. It's too close to all the residences. So you have an industrial, very light industrial use. No odors, no noise, everything is done inside. Those were the things that justified the variance and still do. We got into a discussion, and I've talked with the LSRP, and I saw the same thing, 400 to 600, 400 to 700. I mean, we had all these other numbers. And one of the reasons for that is because you really don't know until you stick the shovels in the ground. You have to do that. So whatever the number is, the extreme probability that you'll never see a residential, you still have this kind of use that's light, it's quiet, doesn't smell. It's a good use for this property, and it's the one that's going to clean it up. That's my point, and I submit to you.
Mr. D'Elia, the phrase, "the end doesn't justify the means," came into my mind as I was hearing. The end product, as you explain it, is a worthy target to try to reach. But the manner in which this applicant has gone about it is deficient in many, many respects, in my opinion.
And you know I respect that opinion. I only asked you to consider that it's still the best choice that you have.
I hear you. Listen, Mr. D'Elia, I want to tell you, I've tried a lot of cases in my career, which is now over. But I got to tell you, you've done an excellent job representing your client here. I think no one could have done better. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. McKay.
All right. Can I have a motion?
May I, before I make my motion, state my reasons?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would also like to commend all the professionals here tonight. It was a difficult case, and I think you individually did a fantastic job. So I just want to first address Mr. Miller's comments with regards to some of the sites in Hainesport. As the administrator, I'm very well versed on brownfields. Yes, we acquired Paul's Tank Farm. Yes, we acquired Hitco through tax foreclosure, and we've been actively doing testing, assessments, remediation. We've received HDSRF funding. We have LSRPs. We're currently in an EPA grant cycle right now for remediation. We've also been accepted into the BDA program. So I'm very well aware of all the intricacies and challenges and difficulties with remediation and cleaning up sites, especially because Hainesport did acquire 2 of them in the manner in which you said could potentially happen with this site. With regards to my original motion, I just want to continue to further discuss that. The extensive variance relief currently with this application also adds to my, I'm not being convinced that these variances will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of our zone plan as well as our zoning ordinance. There's a significant number of variances here, and I am not sure that the granting of these variances will not have a substantial detriment to the public good. I, as you recall, voted no on the use variance. I do stand by my original request for a motion based on the testimony or the lack thereof and the uncertainty that Mr. Miller talked about that we've endured for the past several years with this particular application, specifically the promise of an LSRP, which was made in 2023. We have testimony. It was stated that the residential use was not going to be allowed. It's our job to protect the public safety and health of our community. It's our job to ensure that applicants, when they come in, that their project is going to better the community. I'm not convinced that that's going to happen. Concerned again about the health and welfare, until there's further testing conducted and a professional or DEP certifies that somebody can go back into that home is permissible. There's currently no documentation reflecting that this vacant home, which has been vacant for a long time, is going to be affected by the property that it's on, whether it's contaminated or adjacent property. We don't even know if it can be occupied, and you're asking us to make a decision without having the facts. So again, I make a request to the board to consider a motion to dismiss this case.
Okay, to be precise about it, do you renew the motion that you previously agreed to postpone?
Yes, in addition to all the other uncertainties surrounding it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh.
Okay. Ms. Cosco?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yep.
Mrs. Torti?
Yes, I just want to say that I really pulled for you guys. I was really hoping that this was going to work. And I understand that you want to clean up this property, and I really, really want to see this property cleaned up. But I've been it's coming on 2 years almost for me now. So I've seen the delays. And I remember at the last meeting, we passed a resolution that this had to be finished, that we were going to extend it, and this had to be finished. And I was really hoping that that was going to be the case. But there's so many issues that still are not resolved. And I just, at this point, I am going to go along with the professionals. Paula's recommendation, they've been at this longer than me. And so I'm going to vote in favor of her motion. So I will vote no, right? No.
Yes.
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 I'm voting yes.
You're voting yes.
Sorry.
Yes to approve the motion.
I am voting yes to approve her motion. Yes, yes.
Mr. Novarita?
Yes.
Mrs. Ludden?
So I just want to be clear, we're dismissing the case, not voting no on the case. So the case is just thrown out as opposed to disapproving it, or is it the same thing?
Well, I think it's a denial. My concern is that the original use variance has no standing based on the testimony. So it would be denying,
Yeah.
my motion is to deny.
And I would just like to say that if we just had the plan, of just something in writing that showed that there was, some action, and I feel like if you spent $100,000, $5,000 in 40 days or whatever it is, would have been worth it to have come here, especially since there was a delay from July to October. So I'm going to vote yes as well.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
To be clear, this could only be a dismissal without prejudice.
Bob?
The original approval was contingent upon a site plan approval.
Correct.
So I think you're back to square zero. It's not, I can't say it's without prejudice or with prejudice, because you would have to come back with something different or significantly modified from the presentation
It's a
of the
decision
minutes.
without prejudice. If it was with prejudice, you're saying you don't want us to work on this.
I don't think the
plan.
board is saying that.
I'm sorry?
I don't think the board is saying that.
The motion was to dismiss.
Well, may I also add that I also, for the record, expressed concerns with the extensive number of variances with the current application, and that it doesn't satisfy the proofs of being a benefit to the community. It doesn't outweigh the detriments.
No, I'm not working.
Mr. D'Elia, the motion says what it says. Whether you could start with a clean slate and come back before this board with another use application with site plan approval, either separately or perhaps joined together, that's a decision you and your client have to make.
Thank you.
The board can't give you advice on that.
Understand. Have a good night.
All right, gang, let's finish up this agenda. We have meeting minutes from June 23, 2025. You'll recall, that was the meeting on the fair housing plan. And can I have a motion to approve the minutes as written?
So moved.
I'm sorry, who said second?
Mr. Novarita.
Air conditioner's going, can't hear that well.
I hear it.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mr. Novarita? Yes. Mrs. Forty?
Yes.
Mrs. Ludden?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Cosco?
Yes.
Mr. Mackay?
Yes.
And Mr. McKay?
Yes. We have a batch of correspondence. If anyone wants to address any particular correspondence, we can do so. Otherwise, a motion to accept and file all correspondence listed is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mrs. Twerdy?
Yes.
Mr. Novarita?
Yes.
Mrs. Ludden?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Cosco?
Yes.
Mr. Mackay?
Yes.
And Mr. McKay?
Yes. Next item, professional comments. Well, we've certainly had a lot of professional comments tonight, but is there anything brief that either of you want to add?
I think I'm all out.
Thoughts, it comes as no surprise. And Marty, we may not see you at this board again.
Yes, I have one comment. I'd like to thank the board for this experience I had for these last 14 years. And I really thank you, and I really appreciate it.
We
Good.
thank you for your service. Thank you.
Marty, I hope you're keeping busy in your retirement. I have a feeling you are. All right. Board comments? One? Go ahead.
Forgive me, not understanding the whole process, so take it for what it means. When we go through these applications, our professionals are great. They bring up all these issues and you agree, disagree. Can all that be done before we have a board meeting, so that the board only addresses things that are not agreed upon, and maybe a waiver or whatever?
I could address that, but Bob, you want to address that comment?
Is that possible?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
When we have these meetings on applications,
Right.
professionals go to a long list of things, fence, colors and all that. Takes a long time. And they do a great job resolving most of those issues. So my question is, can the board just focus on those things that are not in agreement and are waivers or whatever you call that?
If there's,
I mean, you get the.
the applicant agrees to the engineer's report and the planner's report, you generally don't have to go over those items, because they agree.
So whenever possible, I know Marty's office and our office, on any application, if it's very small and there's a couple issues, we come in here, they say, we agree to 1, 3, 5, and 7. We want to talk about these two. And it's up to that's their prerogative. On bigger applications, we always try to urge them, revise the plans, show us, clean up as much as possible so the board can compartmentalize their discussion.
Right.
It's hard to do that on a very small thing because you don't want to necessarily waste them with additional engineering revisions and stuff. So it's trying to strike that balance. We do push, as you know, we've had the same comment in let me talk hypothetically, there have been applications where the same comment, we've asked for the same thing numerous times and it is just not provided. And sometimes sometimes applicants need to be bludgeoned by the board members, because I can ask till I'm blue in the face, and because I don't vote.
Right.
But once somebody says, provide this, and if a board member is not satisfied, and you actually want to see a certain architecture, a certain this, a certain that, say, thank you so much, please submit that, and we'll come back next month and hear the rest of your application. If they think they can get away with a half-baked thing and whatever, there are applicants that do that as a matter of course, but I know we try to get it packaged up as cleanly as possible.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, once you've gone through that process, can the board just focus on the things that are in disagreement or dangling?
So you can, and I try to run through and basically say, number 3, and a good attorney and applicant will say, will comply. Boom, number 4. I don't even have to read it.
Right.
The very good applicants submit a written response letter that says, item D1 will comply, D2 will comply, D3 will provide testimony at the hearing. That becomes part of the record. It
Right.
makes it go so smoothly. In
Yeah.
Wall Township, every application
like
has that,
Randolph is
and they
that way.
resubmit plans.
Randolph.
Because the hearings, they limit to 50 minutes per night. So the applicant wants to come in, bang it out, and go.
Yeah.
So we'll continue to try to push
Yeah.
them, because we know that,
Wasn't Randolph Estates like one of the best?
yeah.
Randolph Estates, like you'll know, well, we have had some really good applicants come through and it's been
the
seamless.
warehouses have-
The warehouses,
All 3 of the warehouses were very clean. They had very good engineers, very good attorneys, very complex issues, but they actually went in 1 or 2 meetings.
yeah. Walters, Randolph was very concise, very professional. It was very seamless, I think, for us as a board. I just think some-
CVS tonight.
CVS, yeah.
Was a perfect example.
Right.
Of an experienced practitioner, the lawyer, putting on what he has to put on, because he has to put proofs on before us. And that naturally leads to questions. But their proofs were so well put together that there weren't that many questions. And when they went through the professionals list, it was mostly agreed to.
Yeah.
And, we do get really, really exemplary presentations where they will send a letter in, agreed, or where there's a disagreement and a reason, and then we can zone in on those, which we have done. I don't know, how long did it take us to deal with CVS? Half an hour?
Yeah.
Something like that?
50 minutes.
And they took nothing out of it. They
Yeah.
sat here and listened to how it should have been done, and you wanted to say,
Yeah, but
that's how it should have been done.
that's,
But it's a good point, it's a good point. But we try to, by golly, I try to do it. Keep it down, but sometimes it's like herding cats with applicants. If the applicants, attorneys or professionals aren't prepared and a little, little messy with their presentations, you gotta go point by point to get the evidence in the record.
Especially if it's an application where,
Lilo's was tough.
if I don't know which way the board is gonna go, and it might be a 3-4 vote, or 4-3, 5-3, 2, whatever the number is, I wanna make sure everybody is crystal clear that these are the things I still have a concern, this is the thing they haven't given us, they will do this one. So if for some reason a board were to deny an application, Bob's job gets easier because the number of things was really spelled out of the deficiencies. So if you hear, A, things that are in both of our reports that we both have a concern about, that means it's a more important thing. And if I repeat it out loud a couple times, it means it's something, I'm probably close to around 4,000 applications that I've done over the last few years.
Don't lie.
30 years.
That's all?
And some of, yeah, I know. But, because some of them are things that weren't a problem until they were. And that's why even the CVS thing, they're a great applicant and they're a great tenant to have. They're creating jobs. It's awesome.
Take care of the people.
But so was Rite Aid 25 years ago, and now we're all out of business. So trying to make sure that if that goes sideways 10, 20 years from now, we've got a little backup plan that we can bring, I know, we can bring those folks back in. So I'm trying to avoid not just the bad thing for the next 6, 12 months, but where we've seen things go sideways for towns.
Yep, you're doing an exceptional job.
Thanks.
Yes, he does.
All right, do
Tom,
I
I'd
hear,
like to say real quick that,
I was gonna say, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Yes,
I just wanted to say, because I'm new to the, on the board, and I just want to say that after this and everything we've done today, that I'm proud to be on this board, and I'm proud of, I feel a little bad, I know we all feel a little bad saying no to somebody. You want to know that somebody wants to do good, and you want to be behind them, you know what I mean? And I know everybody here kind of wanted the guy to be a winner. We want everybody to be a winner when they come in front of us, and to say no to somebody, it takes a little bit out of you. And I'm just proud to be part of a group of people that we all kind of felt the same. I think we all wanted him to be a winner, but we all reach the limit, you know what I mean? There's a limit to things like this, and I think we all reached it together, and I kind of feel proud to be part of a board that we all got there together. I just wanted to say that. It's corny, but, you know what I mean?
But what happens to the use variance then? If that was granted based on the site plan, does that go away? What happens?
That's a very good question.
Just asking.
He has a use variance conditioned on a site plan approval.
Correct.
He doesn't have site plan approval, it's been rejected.
That's correct.
His
So
use
how
va-
long does he
His use
have to be
variance
in
evaporates,
business?
essentially.
Yes.
That works. That's a good answer.
Well, I think that's the question that Vince asked.
Well, Vince wanted us to
Because
do
if
his
they
research
came back
for him.
with a new site plan
Schlepp's on.
that was half the size and met all the requirements, does that prior use variance still carry forward?
I think.
So I tried to make it motion so that it dealt with both, the use variance and the site plan. That there were too many variances, there were too many variances for relief, and that they did not,
Right, so that was denial.
That's what I said first time.
right,
all the way.
that the proofs weren't made. I wasn't convinced that the proofs were there, that the site plan as it was presented and all the variance requested
Was not consistent.
was not consistent with the,
But I don't think that it automatically rescinded the grant of the use variance. It's
Okay.
just that this site plan was not consistent. And the only other
Right,
reason, I
okay.
didn't talk to Bob
How
about
long does
this.
he have?
We were functioning as a planning board tonight
Right.
with the governing body members. So I don't know that we would actually have the authority to rescind.
go back to a, right.
The use variance, which is granted by a zoning.
But it
Want
automatically
us to walk
does.
out of the room so that you can, you take care of it now?
Right, but it automatically negates because of the site plan, the disapproved site plan. Okay,
All right, motion to adjourn,
motion.
Second.
all in favor?
Sorry.
Negative, no, okay.
We're coming back here at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.